A picture that you could never see in any other way.
final episode of our radio drama.
Hello?
Bring up the boys, babe. Flying V payroll's been robbed. Pete Belden's been kidnapped. Tell the boys to ride. Where art thou, buddy? Where's the Flying V payroll? Jitney. Probably the Hicks gang. Bring your horse. They're headed for Pine Creek. Guess they're going through the camp. Hurry up and I'll meet you Franks. Where's the Flying V payroll?
All right, pizza speed run done. God, that was 100% not one of my better ideas. Because I'm like, all right. Oh, right. Yeah, actual food, not you. That is just something that you have to be willing to deal with when you have a food username. That whenever somebody casually says the food that you've put in your username, it's just forever you're going to be reading that like your name. It has happened to me quite often. I did not think it through, but you know what? That's just kind of how it goes. Oh, right. What were we doing? Where are we? Right, down there. Actually, now that I think about it, oh, that's under attack. We should probably go deal with that. Pizza and time slurs my favorite things. Yeah, and now every time they get brought up, you have to wonder, was that... Wait, where is that on the map? That... What town? Manzanita Post. Did we... I thought we just... Well, I suppose that they are... Cockney Manzanita Post, there we go. I suppose they are just like a building in the middle of the woods, so they're going to get swarmed all the time. To be fair, those that use the splitter part just uses splitty, not full thing. Yeah, it makes sense. I always find it funny when somebody calls me Eldritch instead of Bread, because it's like either... It's either, oh, this is someone new, and, oh, hey, Undead Boar. And I wonder how... Ooh, 3 for 1! That's a new record. It's either like, oh, you don't know, how long will this last? Or it's like, at this point, you've been doing this so long that I just find it funny. LT the bread roll. I don't think that has happened, but that is on the list of things that could. Yeah, we've... Man, maybe I should have gone and done the biographies and lies one, because that's the one where you get boom bait, where you literally hit up a famous outlaw and it's like, hey, any idea? I got this and I got some dynamite. Well, if you stick one in the bottle of undead bait, then you should be able to just kind of get them to an area and blow them up. Great bit of lateral thinking. That's why it's the fastest gun left in the West. Most foodable Eldritch Sonic OC. God, that is in the panic, or in the that is in the pattern of Sonic names. All right, getting these for blunderbuss parts more than anything. Yeah, oh, right. The fact that this was a very bad plan through and through for me, that, like, I got home, like, all right, I am not completely wiped out from my day, so I can actually feel good about streaming. This is great. I just have to make sure that I get something to eat, like, immediately after I get home. Make sure I do everything to avoid feeling awful and everything, like just full on prep mode. So moonshine. So naturally my brilliant idea is, well, I'm just gonna make pizza tonight, so I'm not eating the same leftovers time and time again. And Las Hermanas, that's it. And naturally, I have this thing where every time I could just like impulse buy or order out whatever type of food, if I have the ability to just make it, because I'm like, oh, well, I have all this, and it's not the highest quality stuff, but I can at least go and like supernatural, bring your newly turned undead as test subject. Right. So no matter what, I won't just do the easy thing and like order a pizza. I'll just throw some stuff in the bread maker, and I love how you leash back onto the horse. Like, it's going at mock Jesus, and somehow you're able to just keep up with it. Had back pain, then stuck somewhere all day. So all I had for tea was bacon sandwich with some pita bread and dip, because pizza this week already. Okay, but bacon sandwich, pita bread, some dip. That sounds pretty legit. Like, that sounds good. That is up there with good lunch. As far as I particularly care, like, all you really need for it helps a lot if you have something warm to eat, because it just feels better. It's fine, just not filling. Oh yeah, nothing else definitely will do it. Like, I am awful on pretty much every weekend. I just don't eat more than 1 or 2 meals. Oh, hang on, dead dogs. Undead coyotes? Goats? Some sausage rolls in the fridge in the room. Yeah. Oh, I have no idea where that shot went, but I'm glad it didn't hit anything important. Ah, there we go. Is it? And you're still tied up. That's perfect. This might actually be like two-thirds of the ones I... Oh no, that's 2 retchers and a regular. I knew that there was one where... there's like one challenge where I have to kill like every single undead in... Dang it! Get away, you! In like a handful of seconds. So that was... I thought I was on the sawed-off. But yeah, so after a day of getting home and being extremely tired, I decided to not have anything to eat immediately and instead wait for several hours. Like, I was speedrunning eating a slice of pizza right before stream started and had nothing else. So it was one of those days where I'm like, God, I feel so awful. I feel so shaky. Is it the energy drink that I had immediately after getting home that caused this? Like, do I just have to really learn that I can't have those, period? No, it's because I haven't eaten anything, period. And I really should have just had leftovers today. Or at the very least, I shouldn't have made it worse with the whole eating some pizza, right, or not eating anything and having an energy drink. Like, they're fine, just so long as you don't only have one. How long has it been? Okay, it's been like 20 minutes. I've successfully taken that long to make a point that could have just been 2 minutes if I was able to stay on one track for that long. How do I break? Oh, that's how I break. But yeah, point is always have emergency food. And like something more than something that's a legit meal. Hey Zero, you know, you can almost do it, except for the fact that every undead horse pulls south.
Brother Superior, I think I have a test case for you.
Senor Barstone, you're a true pilgrim.
That I ain't.
Anyway, we've enlisted the help of this nun.
It certainly
It just
isn't the
brings...
flu.
If I was a civilized country, it'd be within my rights to shoot you. Unfortunately, we are in the UK. What?
Lively one I see. Here.
What is that?
What game were we playing that was set in the UK?
May have something.
Seems to be working.
Maybe.
So, how I drive, my suspension does that too.
Maybe not.
It seems as if you were nearly safe.
You might want to look into that.
Actions are confusing things, Senor Marston.
Also, I just love the fact
None of
that
us
this...
can hope to understand them properly.
There's such
Came
a...
back for a minute.
There is
Test the water,
such
but perhaps my fate
a
is not
bent
that
for
simple.
zombie movies as...
I have to do
And it
more
makes sense,
thinking, but
because
I
it's
need time.
primarily... oh, hey Wibbles, how you doing? How's Buckshot Roulette? How was being Queen of Blatro and being good at games?
I put them to rest.
Take the holy water. Maybe it will be a calming balm for the restless departed.
But like so many zombie movies and stuff, because they're more modern in nature, which makes sense. The whole point, or the whole point of zombies is they're primarily just a modern thing, and talk about modern issues. So you want to make them believable for that settings, which means it's more virus scientific nonsense. But it's kind of nice to just have a zombie or monster movie where it's like, oh yeah, no, it totally works if you wave a crucifix in front of them for no other reasons than that shit's holy. Pop in to say hi. Oh, I appreciate it, I really do, and hope that you have a good evening. Really see the supernaturals. Yeah, because it's usually a virus, so you really things like hit him with the holy water. Actually, I'm not even sure. I'm not really sure when if there are any supernatural zombies that I can think of. Which I can get. And like, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Ooh, I got 2 for 1. Because it can be interesting for like something that's medieval. Because there's been a game that's been on the coming out list for a while of medieval zombies. Like that's just it. You are playing as, I think from last time I saw it, it was class-based a bit, or kind of a Souls-like sort of thing. It's like Souls-like team. Not quite shooter, because no guns. No guns unless it's the type of thing where it's like, they've actually put in the early medieval guns that no fantasy thing ever does. Which is so cool when they do. Sensi, thank you so much for the raid. How is Sonic? I saw you were doing something, but it's complete. Yeah, Sonic 3D Blast. I hope that you're having a good time for that, and thank you so much. Bug Invasion 3D Blast was one of the Sonic games. That is what I love to hear. All right, these are getting blunderbussed. I love that. Oh, thanks for the exotic butters. Also, welcome in Raiders. If you're new here, I'm Eldritch Horror Brent, Eldritch Horror from Beyond Reality. Found an old man blockbuster full of classic games. Decided, yeah, this is the best shit ever. Mostly play a bunch of retro. Sometimes I play newer stuff. If your idea of newer is PS3 and Wii are not retro games, those are actually pretty new. Tonight we're playing Undead Nightmare because I have a channel tradition of spooky games are done in November, and then something happens, I get distracted, and I don't finish them until January. I think every time I've tried this, I've never finished a spooky game in the month of November. Technically, Zombicide Black Flag. Yeah, that Black Flag is definitely one of those. But it doesn't. Wait, Black Flag doesn't have holy water though. It has dragon bile, which is basically organic napalm. And oh my god, how many of these things are there? Right. You all go over there. I just do not wish to deal with you. Get purged. Oh yeah, definitely better. Oh wait, that's hilarious. My zombified horse is also attracted by the bait. That's such a weird attention to detail, but I suppose that is kind of Red Dead's whole gimmick of we are putting detail nobody knew they wanted in these games. But yeah, no, the dragon bile being set on fire is hilarious and one of my favorite parts of Zombicide. I suppose Warhammer also does it with technically Vermintide. It's not zombies, it's just hordes of people who do not individually value their lives. Getting it. Oh, also, anyone on the raid, if you have to raid and run, totally understand. Just take care of yourself and get some after stream care. I really appreciate it. Me with many games ago. That way, I have a list of games, and like, yeah, halfway through a couple, it just drops out the bottom for no good reason. Nope. Satchel kit. Build. Because there are a lot of people here. This is like, I almost think I'm almost wondering if the game is. If the game's glitching out, because I feel like I should be done with this several times over, and there we go. So we do that robot post for Thumbjet? Yeah, the getting high off of USBs with mild malware on them. I'm just going to use this for a bit. It's weird. It's fun. It's funky. And we are going to hope that the boss zombie actually spawns, because it seems like there is so many of them. Just... that... I don't think we've gone through the entire game with that grab animation happening. That's some reference. Ooh, nice. Yeah, it's always fun to get those, to get like PNGs or work in progresses back. Especially if you're like me and you consistently forget that you've ordered stuff. And you're like, oh sweet, why am I getting art? Oh right, I paid for this. This is something I bought. I'm just going to run down all of these coffins. Bait in the middle. Get some holy water. Is this? Or do I have to go towards the right grave? Also, the semi-auto pistol is probably my favorite gun in any of the Red Dead games, specifically for how it is in 2. It fires so freaking fast that if you have both equipped as like your on and offhand gun, it's just, you are going to be vaporizing everything. It's the fastest you can get from to like a machine gun, or I suppose it's an SMG, but it's fun. Oh, it's like a Luger. I remember being a Red 9. Oh no, the Mauser is in this game. That one's high capacity, and I think that one's the original weird 9mm specific version for it, just because of the age. But the semi-auto pistol is, and I don't want to look it up because I will, because I don't remember what specifically it is, but it was an early, I don't remember who made it, but it was an early clip loading semi-automatic good handgun. So it's one of those cool things that Red Dead does have a lot of. Get got. A lot of specifically like weirdly deep holes for weapons in the game. Get off me. Just shoot. but they also kind of go around to the point where it's like, wait, is this legit or are they fucking with us? Oh, I thought I died there. I thought I hit myself with the bait and that did it. We're gonna actually finish Red Dead 2 for the first time recently. So, oh, nice. Yeah, Red Dead 2, it's a fun game. It is 100% like all Rockstar games, a game you're supposed to fuck around in for extended periods of time. Because it just... if you go through it quick, it's kind of easy to finish. Oh, thank God. I've never thought I'd be so glad to see DeSanta. Bastard. I know what's happening with that it's reading it as an AoE. So, because I'm just blind firing it at my feet, it's like, alright. And he's in it. But it does no damage, so nice. Is that DeSanta? I don't know. But he's dead now. Why do I see and think it's a bit slow in the case of why do you have to animate so much of this? Yeah.
You won't be needing that.
That is also true, that it's good to fuck around in because there's so much...
What it's come to.
there's so much game that's like, why did you do this? Like the horse balls. Like, we just have to, every time Red Dead, it's part of the blood curse, that whenever Red Dead gets brought up, you have to mention the fact that they took the time and energy to actively and properly animate that part of anatomy for some reason. And well, it's definitely not a perfect game. There's plenty you could say about it, like the fact that you just have to beat chapter 2 and then go back and then go do the mission where you rob the bank in Valentine, and it is almost impossible to spend all the money you get as a reward from that necessary and required story mission. It's impossible to spend it. I finally did it in the post game by buying everything out of the clothing catalog. Everything, including the fully made outfits in the back. I'm like, I don't really care about it that much. I have a couple of outfits that I like, and I'll swap between them, but I don't need anything, and it's perfectly fine to just buy the stuff you want for that. So, neat. But then you get so much that you legitimately don't need to worry, because at the rate, especially because at the rate that you unlock new weapons in that game, it's not fast enough to eclipse any money that you earn from either playing the game and engaging in the systems that it wants you to make money, or oops, or you know, wait, why don't I have anything equipped? Or just that there's nothing to buy. But when the game performs well, mostly by you just fucking around and doing random bullshit, it's really fun. Because one thing that they did fix over 1 is that a lot of people who are playing 1 said, calm down. Get some holy spirits and calm down. That is way too much, and the game is so loud. Hang on, I legit have to turn this down because ow. They were all yelling in my ears. Yeah. Well, I can't say I'm surprised with like any of the design choices for Red Dead 2 because there's just been a whole thing with games in general that they've been wanting to put so much more game in games to the point that I'm kind of wondering, do we need this much? Is there a point where more is not in fact more? Wow. It's a tough puppy. Dynamite. Because so far, at least some of the games I've been having the most fun with have been pretty linear and kind of small. Like, oh, small for a given value, but small in the point that they're not trying to do a whole mess of sim mechanics in the same game. Because like Armored Core, there's a point where you cannot improve or tune your robots to a point beyond what, like, if you want to make it for speed or health or damage output, there's only so much you can do before you run out of new parts and new missions, to the point where it's like, well, I have to continue with the main plot because I literally have no other options for things to do in this game aside from replaying the arena or old missions. But I don't want to do that because I've done that before. And Final Fantasy 16, like, the biggest complaint I have about that is it kind of gets hit with the same issue 15 had, which is, I think I've got like 25% more of this game left. Oh, never mind. That's the last boss right there, and we are running at him. I'm pretty sure that I have to clear the physical area map that I'm on, like get to the end of it, and then the next part is the final dungeon. I'm so close to the end of it, and it reminds me of how 15 there was once you get here, there's no more game, you're locked into the ending. I just see it and think it's a bit slow in the case. Oh, all right, I read that right. Something moved, and I'm like, is that another thing? I don't know. It might just be because so many things tried to be a game with new mechanics and a gripping story, and also, oh yeah, wait, this is one of the few permanently safe zones. Like, you have Fort Mercer, Fort Mercer, Beecher's Hope, which just doesn't even count as a town, but it has all the features of the town. And El Presidio and Casa Madruga are all permanently safe zones in this game. El Presidio, Fort Mercer, and Fort Mercer are both heavily armored and walled forts that the military have fortified. Beecher's Hope is just in the fuck off middle of nowhere. Casa Madruga has the best reason it's defended permanently, because the gates are just open perpetually. Oh, zombie hooker, I forgot about that. Speaking of Rockstar putting things they didn't need in their game, this scene.
like shooting women? You filthy
This guy.
whore-mongering wretch.
This is the reason that this area is perpetually safe.
Get out of here. Go on. Go on.
Because Landon Ricketts is just set up in a lawn chair on the
Hello, John.
in the courtyard shooting anything that shows up.
Little resort.
Something like that.
Well, we got sunshine, sand, and a plague that makes people
I'd always-
hate each other. Come
I
to
was always a
think of
little
it,
sad that Red Dead
just
2
like
didn't
that.
have a good
What is
Ricketts
going on?
either cameo or
Mexico.
This is called
comparison.
What's a little like cannibalism?
It's a little like cannibalism among friends.
So, how have you been?
Just because he gives absolutely no fucks. Fear the yeah, that's exactly it. Like his introductory line is, "I'm the fastest gun in the West. Have to be. I'm the only one left."
Good, real good.
And the only thing that actually manages to kill him in the end of the game, in the post game of the base game, you find a newspaper that he passed away of old age. Only thing that could kill him was time. Nothing else.
I've seen slaves set free and return to a bondage even more confusing than the one they left behind.
It's just great. Because there was a side quest
Wipe out entire communities.
into where you go fight and interview or take pictures of a bunch of old gunslingers.
And the hunting of men is a sport.
But there isn't quite anything as just old man in here. 10 pounds that they still wouldn't try going for him to check until they were absolutely sure. Oh yeah. $100%. Just had to be sure about him. It's like there's a quote of Teddy Roosevelt that
In all my natural
the death had to take him while he was sleeping because otherwise he wouldn't have gone without a fight.
Or me, sir.
Now, if we could only get something that would attract these blighters, we could kill them faster and maybe return this land.
And he has just the best plan for this. Just get them all together
Exactly.
and blow them up.
I might know how.
More dynamite. I'm running pretty low.
Let me see what I can do.
Thank you, John. Take care.
Just it's more dynamite. In a few hours with undead bait and dynamite, I already have all. Actually, okay, I have a lot more dynamite than I have undead bait, but I'm pretty sure the undead. Oh, I have the stuff for it. Was not aware. Oh, guess we can pull out more. Guess we can grab more towns along the way because we got time to kill. I wonder if they did that on purpose because you enter into Mexico over here. So you're going to hit the Las Hermanas quest line first, but this one is something you could do waiting on that quest line. Guy's design weirdly makes think of dude in film, specifically Elder and Bullet Train. Old so much formally dressed calm crime dudes look cool. Yeah, I think that's just kind of a genre that there's the arc. Oh, I thought I had a pistol. There's like an archetype of cool old dude, and you love to see it. And oh, they got a loose gun. Pistol ammo? I'm actually using that for once. What? This'll be quicker. I mean, it actually takes a bit more effort. Oh. Does anyone else ever have that whenever you try to to use a mounted gun, the enemies are always where they're not. I know in some games they do it deliberately to try to enforce teamwork, that they want you to have to work together, so one person or multiple is covering where the mounted gun can't see. Or, well, I suppose everyone is covering that one area, but... And then the guy on the gun gets that direction. Come on, chain reaction. Oh! What? What? Oh, I think I know what happens. I hit a retcher, which exploded, which also hit an explosive barrel that was in there for set piece, which blew everyone up. And then they got mad at me. Fair. Hiroki Sanada just looks cool in general. Most films seen him in. Yeah, there's a... that reminds me. I've been wanting to watch like old Kurosawa movies. Oh! Okay, that works. That counted as a win. I'll take that. Simply because of that there's such a vibe, and like they look cool, and also a couple of old Clint Eastwood movies, because the funny thing is that a lot of westerns are just samurai movies that they brought over and adapted. That there is 100% nothing new under the sun with them. They're just straight adaptations, but skinned for the American Southwest instead of Japan. It's the funniest thing because they also...
Hello, sir.
Some of them, depending on the setting, could take place simultaneously.
And the bait.
Let's see.
They're also just they're also just good. Like, are they particularly... high effort makes you think? This would have been so easy to clear out the graveyard with.
Here, let's work with that for a second. This calls for a soft touch. Not the brutish hands.
Like, yeah, they're...
war, but the delicate touch of an artist.
They're just fun.
Use oils,
You don't have to think too hard. And I love this crafting recipe. Just
either high explosive,
push it in a stick of dynamite instead of a
but
cork.
it's much the same.
They don't
Sometimes your humility overwhelms me.
don't even tie it to the side. Like
Mr. Marston,
a bit of tape or some string to lash it together.
if you'd have seen me when I was so fast, you couldn't see me. Well, then you'd know. This is humility. The truth is, well, the truth is long dead. Now we got only memories.
The funniest thing is when jury rigging gets to a point where it goes from that looks like it'll fall apart with one hit to that is genius, but stupid.
Can you believe
You'd think I know where those holes are by now.
painted my portrait?
I mean, demonic hordes. Your own
You would think, but I'm pretty sure I never learned.
Nothing too interesting. Someone
God
said
damn.
that there's some really big problems near Escalera.
That escalated quickly.
This is my home now. This and this up here.
Take care of yourself.
I will.
I don't think getting savaged by some brainless corpse would do too much justice to your myth.
Yeah, I think you're teasing me, Mr. Marston. But I thank you, and I appreciate your concern nonetheless.
You know, on the subject of old men sitting in lawn chairs. Hang on, I'm adding that as a quote. Sitting. Love that. The boom bait works like undead bait, but it'll explode after a few seconds. And there is no reason not to make more. Dynamite. Oh, it's either one at a time or won't let me make more than... won't make me exhaust either the undead bait, because it is useful for either just getting them together or throwing like holy water or something on them. But no, as far as playing through 16, I've also been thinking about 15, and I swear, every time there's some dumbass either conspiracy or controversy with games about what's in them, it's fine. I've never seen someone raise up a stink about a game before its release that didn't end with it being perfectly fine. Those are wolves. I'm just gonna... Excuse me, Hans. Oh. Well, I thought I would have gotten some revolver ammo. Because I remember that there was a... Well, maybe it's more that... Actually, now that I think about it, most video game controversies probably do seem like a big deal to the people who actually care. It's just that those people who actually care are kind of stupid to begin with. A bit more than kind of. Alright. Discovered that I don't actually care enough to do any of the bounty hunt missions, because at this point I think they just give ammo, and the only thing I want is either pump action or semi-auto shotgun. Beyond that, I am fine. But yeah, they probably do matter to the people who spout them constantly, because they're just thin-skinned. But for most parts, everything I've ever seen has just been a huge non-issue. Like the whole thing that I remember leading up to FF15 was everyone was raising this massive stink about, like, oh, there's a female Cid. That's not like, will that actually be good? That's not okay. Well, like, what the fuck? And first of all, it's not. She doesn't even replace Cid. Like, the actual Cid of the game, who's named and acts like Cid. Like, you find random pieces of junk and tech parts, and you give them to him. It's like, yeah, no, I can hook this together into some weird weapon or something. Just give me 5 minutes. Is literally always sitting 5 feet away from Sydney, the quote-unquote replacement Cid, on a lawn chair. And... oh, Cannibal Camp. And is clearly either there to yell orders or doesn't... Ah! Hi, Sartar. How's Advanced Wars? I hope that did you win? Or are you going to have... or are you going to have to use the traditional World War II do-over. Because as you know, if you have a world war, you get 2 chances. So if you don't win the first time, you can try again in a couple years. Out of the final. Oh, I remember Advance Wars being so difficult, partially because I don't have a good mind for strategy. I honestly suck at it. Whenever there was a map where you had to build your units, I did not ever use anything beyond the best I could build, so I'd only make 1 per turn, and that one was rushed to the nearest choke point to plug the hole, because the one I made the previous turn got wrecked as I slowly whittled away the enemy forces with artillery and rocket trucks while trying to last long enough. It was awful. I never knew about that rule. Yeah, unfortunately, it's only a max of 2, so if you lose the second one, you don't get to try for a third one. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a great strategy. The problem is that it was boring as all get out. But, welcome in, Raiders. For anyone new here, I'm Eldritch Horror Brett, an Eldritch Horror from Beyond Reality. Found an old band Blockbuster full of classic games aside. Oh yeah, this is the best it gets. There is nothing better. So mostly I play a bunch of old retro games, and is this a town? Yeah, it says this is a town. This is huh? But tonight we're playing Undead Nightmare, the Red Dead standalone game, because I have a tradition every year that in the month of November, I play a spooky game because Halloween is 1 month late, and then I never finish it. Oh, there was a massive fuck-off gunfight in the story here, wasn't there? And that's where it started, by that shack, and you have all this cover. I see. But I never finish it. It always goes way too long, and I'm pretty sure I have never finished it the same any of the spooky game I played in the same year that I launched it. Town needs some work. Yeah, they have I'm not gonna lie, they don't even have a good foundation. They have a pretty shit foundation, and they really need to build off of it. Like, there's not a roof here at all. Some good ruins. Like, this is absolutely incredible for our purposes. It's just that for every other purpose, it sucks. It's a prostitute. Yeah, where's the prostitutes gonna go if no roof? Although, funny you mention that, because we did just have a zombie prostitute cutscene a little while ago with the introduction of Landon Ricketts in this game. Still cool. Still don't on the list of things I don't know why Rockstar thought they needed to have, but they have it. Why, we may never know. Okay, that one was a free one. I absolutely murked a dude. Oh. Never mind, I should not have... I'm just going to stand here and whatever happens, happens. Because I think they're mad at me. Oh yeah, for all means, like, get some raid aftercare, and I really appreciate it. Which, also, you raiding in reminds me, where's that? Because recently, Zarataro finished a little video project that had me and a bunch of other people talking about our favorite games of 2024, and it was a lot of fun to work on and help out, and I'm really glad that I got invited to that. Alright. Ow. Ah, yeah, there's the... There we go. I always feel bad about not saving the town properly and having them get mad at me for accidentally hitting a survivor, even though this one feels like a trap. There are so many explosive bottles in there. Let's see. All right. Ah, I thought they're too dumb. They're too dumb to use ladders, but they're not dumb enough to not pull me off of one. I see how it is. Hello, dudes. I think this is rifle. Yeah, rifle ammo. It's right. One thing that I really love about having all of these towns being essentially fortress defense is, for most, there's like, hang on, I'm trying to figure out how to form a sentence that doesn't involve repeating several filler words, because that's been on my list of things I've noticed I'm doing and wishing I could kindly not. But a lot of these locations in the original game were gunfight arenas or bandit bandit strongholds that you could raid every now and. I think that one's going to be sick. No. Of course not. Why would it be? Okay, that should have counted as saving the town. They were all right there. What was I supposed to do? Yeah. Well. Oh, and every time I screw this up, they give me less and less people to help as just nope, you do this properly if this is how you're gonna be. Come on, get. Just go on. Man, I stepped down and got wombo comboed. Well, I'm going to enjoy having only one person to give some rifle ammo to. Although it might be because I've killed that guy standing there and on the stairs so many times that they've just said no. Well, we're going to be playing this safe. Ah. I say as I immediately slide down. Wait, what am I doing? I have tomahawks. And a blunderbuss. Oh, I need parts. I see. Oh, ads. Be back in a bit. Dum, dum, dum. The heck? Oh.
Hear something? That depends on what it is. Well, this is too good to keep.
did I get distracted because I didn't do anything but scroll through Blue Sky during that break? Yes, of course I did. That is my guarantee of pretty much the only thing that'll ever consistently happen. Okay, that was pretty cool. They were grouped so tightly that there was a chain reaction. God. How did I feel like I've accidentally swapped shoulders. For some reason, John being on the right hand of the screen instead of it being over the left shoulder is so... Oh, a pump action shotgun, let's go. Is so weird. And I don't know if this is just because of how the camera is just behaving, or if it's the fact that I'm left-handed, so my brain is hardwired for that to be default, and it's rare, but sometimes it's so my brain just breaks and is not able to figure out the whole, oh right, a majority of the people hold everything opposite, and like, but how? It's so uncomfortable and weird. Which is why I'll always say they should make, if they had continued on with Link being left-handed in Legend of Zelda, they should have just committed to the bit and forced a bunch of right-handed players to deal with playing lefty for a while. That would have... I don't ask for much. That's a lie, but it would have been so great. I can less stream now because I finished that high dumb moment of cage stuff. No, some I always tend to be better, but I love pump action. Well, the thing is, at least for this game, two options are... Well, I don't know what these are specifically, because I think the pump action is generic, is a generic Remington pump action, like, hunting shotgun. Not one that's, not to say that it's meant to be totally generic, it's just, this is the gun that has become viewed as generic. Kind of like how if you say handgun, people are going to think of the 1911, just because it has that distinctive a silhouette. But I know the other one is, and I forget the number because I'm fucking awful at remembering numbers. Those specifically. But that is the same one as issued in World War I. And for the semi-auto shotgun, I'm pretty sure, or maybe the pump... Hang on. Okay, it's not that fast. But one of the other shotgun that you can get that's in a pump action configuration, that one you can fire really fast to the point that it feels like semi-auto, because that specific shotgun had technically a design flaw. Practically everyone who was aware of it viewed it as a design feature because it was really helpful of you could slam fire it. And I've tried to wrap my head around how it works, but the descriptions were always a little bit more complex that I'm like, I understand nothing. But essentially the recoil... Mythical creature? We have another Horse of the Apocalypse to kill. Damn weird animal. And are we actually going to be able to get all of these legendary horses? But yeah, essentially slam firing is as quick as you can work the pump action, it'll fire because the recoil from one shot will will bounce the firing pin back to the point that it doesn't recock, but it has enough force bouncing back and forth that it'll hit the next shell. For the record, High Dum was underwater Chinese ghost-based. Huh. Wild. I'd say I don't know what David Cage is doing in his games, or I don't understand what David Cage is trying to do, but I'm pretty sure that David Cage also has no idea what he's doing. So you can get the fire rate so high your character does things like pumps really fast. Oh, it's funny. Yeah. Yeah, like Risk of Rain just being able to pump to the point that, oh, unlimited stamina. I'm sure that's... Oh no, this is a straight... Aside from the noise of flies constantly buzzing, this is a straight upgrade. Because it doesn't pull south, but the other horses had practically... Wait. I think this is one of the horses that there's a glitch where going uphill, it's extremely... Or it might have been one that I've already killed. That is extremely prone to getting hit to terrain glitches, just causing it to break and immediately die, which would be so funny. Oh, I think there's a chest out here. No, inside. Well, other things are just randomly on fire. It really sets the mood. No, like that Risk of Rain where Railgunner can get their rate of fire so high that you can actually fly with it. I remember I had a friend, I was playing with some friends, and the Railgunner in that game was like, so I can't really touch the ground because everything has more health than I can deal damage. But I also need to, but all of my attacks fling me up.
Ay, qué bueno. Senor Marston, how wonderful to see you alive.
I think I've cleared Sepulcro.
You're a brave servant.
Basically. How's it going? How's this here?
She was in a holy order in Escalera.
Sure, I keep seeing her.
I didn't.
Or someone like her.
Maybe. But it is a common enough look.
Oh yeah, you act...
A nice girl. She told me
Right, I remember I pointed this out earlier, that there is a recurring person
on our
that
soon-to-be President Abraham Reyes.
that in Armadillo, you're talking to the marshal there, and she just pokes her head up in the window,
I hope
pokes her head down.
that vicious and repugnant parasite is no friend of yours.
Not exactly. I didn't think he was that bad.
Year's been mid, but not my fault. Understandable. The year needs to be better. It's your year. How dare it not be great? But hope you're doing okay today.
Of course. But what has he done?
She claims he had angered an ancient goddess,
And there's
disturbed a crypt, and a temple.
there's also a weird thing about how this Undead Nightmare continues
Sounds like heresy.
a,
Like the idiotic
the main story in Mexico a bit, because it left on a cliffhanger that made sense of you help a revolution going on, kick out the current president of Mexico, or at least the area,
Maybe it's time I go pay
or like
old
governor,
president a
maybe,
visit anyway.
and assist the rebels in getting a foothold and
Someone certainly
going on.
Goodbye.
And this one, you go back to Mexico, get told that, yeah, the revolution has completed, and the dude you helped get into power is just as corrupt, if not worse, than the last dude. I have to auto walk all the way back to my horse because I hitched it. Lovely. What? Why is there reggae in my zombie game? I'm not complaining, but they did a good job with the music. Okay, I just need to... I need to finish this up. Apparently, IDW adaptation of Metal Gear Solid 2 actually did that for some reason, and had him fight Vamp and Wait, have him do what? I put reggae in a zombie music movie? Because I remember the Vamp fight in Metal Gear Solid 2, that was early. May I miss a comment? Eh? Okay. Oh, okay. Just assume whatever he's doing is great no matter what. Not understanding reminds me of people knowing how a podcast. Some guys, the last guy openly said, "Yeah, Metal Gear Solid was pretty cool, but it would have been better if you went back to playing a Snake at the end." God, I'm not even surprised by that. Like, that was the biggest complaint of Metal Gear Solid 2, that you just never fought, or that you weren't playing as Snake. And I'm also adding another quote because that was what I said earlier was stupid. Like, the whole reason that Raiden had to go through a literal full body the conversion into a cyborg was because people hated the character, but mostly hated the fact that he wasn't Solid Snake. Which is funny, because you actually only play as Solid Snake in 2 games. And even then, you only play as the character that you think of when you say Solid Snake in Metal Gear Solid 1 and the intro of 2. Because in 3, you're playing as Big Boss, who, among other things, because of cloning nonsense, looks like Solid Snake, but isn't. And then in 2, you're of course playing as Raiden. 3 is Big Boss. 4 is Old Snake, which, okay, you're playing as the same character, but because he's been aged up, he's been rapidly aged so badly, it doesn't feel or look like it, to the point where it's distinct enough that the fandom calls him Old Snake, not Solid Snake. And then in 5, they do it again, but better, because you're once again playing as Big Boss. You actually play as... Actually, no. Yeah, you play as Big Boss in the Solid franchise more than you play as Solid Snake. Not counting the 2 old Metal Gear games. Roll. Holy shit, that actually worked. Right? Yeah, and that's the other thing, that people hated him, but Raiden was... The point was that he wasn't Snake, but practically is identical. Can't just swap back to Snake at the end without messing that up. I've also got confused when Ryan threw the dog tags with your name on it. Quite possibly. That sounds like something that someone who would say that wouldn't pick up on. That when you find someone who absolutely fails the first level of the first requirement of media analysis, it's hard to be surprised when they do it again. It also has 4 games like Snake Eater, Ground Zeroes, Peace Walker, and Portable Ops. Oh yeah, I forgot about the number of spin-offs, because I only really know the main numbered games like 1 through 5. Yeah, you play as him more, but that appeases the fandom better than the games that you play as any of the not Snakes, because they look like young Snake. I don't know, Metal Gear is just such a funny series to me, because I've been thinking about that a lot recently too, about how it has a good message. It also self-sabotages a lot. It's like, it's a really weird game to the point that most people, when you talk about Revengeance, which has a lot of great actual points about the world and everything, all they think about is Senator Armstrong, Nanomachine Son, and a couple of the songs, but not the main narrative point to the game. Because they only remember it for the memes and not what it has to say. Similarly, I think Kojima makes good games and has good ideas when it comes to gameplay. Because when you look at Death Stranding for what it is trying to be, I think it's good, it's fun. I remember really getting a charge when I was first playing it and everyone was online that I'd put in some supplies to a road and be like, all right, I have built 3 segments of this on my own and I'm halfway stocked on these 2. Come back the next day, the entire interstate's finished. Like, it was cool how the game would have you working together asynchronously with other people. How you could either pick up their lost cargo that after it got stolen, or otherwise when you're in a boss fight and ran out of supplies, another player that you had passed in the world or use their structure, their little ghost would pop out of the ooze and be like, hey, sweet, you use the zip gun that's already sitting in the arena and grab this crate of grenades. But there's kind of an issue where... dang it. With those games where they're a bit unfocused and a lot of their weirdness overshadows the points. I know I've said before that I'm really curious what Konami insisted on him not doing for Metal Gear, because I think Konami was an awful business arrangement for him. Like, that was not an environment where anything good would come. But I do think that by reining him in on the weird stuff he was allowed to do, that did help Metal Gear get kind of big. So I got nervous, so deleted my post on Blue Sky. I did post a funny bit from a cowboy game, actually. Call of War. Yeah, I saw that. Which is a really good point. Because I remember I saw the post that you quote tweeted or quote posted, and then the response of, yeah, there's actually a really good example here where the camera just zooms out when the priest says, if you kill me, you'll become just like me line. Like, a little late for that. I've kind of already killed multiple times today. Shall not kill, and camera pulls back. Like, yeah. Call it wasn't his own team that rained him on stuff like not having Snake and Akon getting XG of the MGS4. Huh. Is that a glare or the sun? No, the sun's over there. Weird. Alright. So this... I think I have Escalare to clear out, and then that should... And then I should get the spinning plates achievement for getting... Or maybe I might have gotten that in my base game. Well, you know, I'm not sure about that, but I do think that having him in a structure where it's interesting to see what nonsense he gets up to, it might help for a bit of reining in. Got nervous after like 20 minutes into leave the post. Funny thing is, I actually later did a revenge story in series with Gunslinger and actually managed to come up with a good reason why Silas wouldn't on the last target of his revenge down. Yeah, they're... It's always interesting when they do something like that, of have a reason of why that's not just, oh, revenge is foolish. Because the most I've seen is things like, oh yeah, revenge doesn't actually make you feel fulfilled.
Senora.
Or...
Donde is Abraham Reyes?
Like, or this has just caused more troubles personally and for everyone I still care about than just letting it go. Or, my personal favorite, I've done enough to you. I'm just going to let you leave.
Stop that now, Abraham! Come on, stop that.
John will always still try to reason with them. A little bit.
Do you see what your greed has done?
Alright, aim assist. Partway through the framing device of the gameplay being sourced from when Silas was younger, and it's not clear how much this seems bullshitting, so his actual real kill count isn't clear. Last target is 1 people listening. Oh, that's so cool. Of this is everything that I've done to get here. Do with that what you will.
We are all doomed because of him.
Him? He wasn't a great guy, but I'm afraid you're giving him a little too much credit, my dear.
It wasn't great, but...
No. He caused this.
It wasn't great,
With his
but
greed
you're giving
for
him
lust
too
for
much
power.
credit.
He heard an ancient myth and tested it. It caused all of these terrible things. His vanity overwhelmed us all.
What the hell are you talking
Wait.
about? Where have I seen you?
And me?
That door in the background annoys me.
I have a common enough face.
None of the boards
From here.
actually block the door. They're just on the door,
He heard there was a man
and if you
in there
turn the knob and push... Actually, none of these boarded up doors will actually
Mexicans?
stop anything.
Jewish people? Freed slaves? The federal government? Immigrants? The bad weather? Now this. What's wrong with people?
It's true. Look in that chest.
The exasperation of... I've heard all these dumb and honestly horrible things.
And his awful lust for
This is
power.
just ridiculous. But at least it's not evil. Okay, that is a mask that streams, Jonathan, I am throwing away my humanity.
Well, I guess it's worth a shot.
If you spare, Silas admits, yes, he figured out who he was earlier and, like, wanted to see if you draw on me, but you didn't. Acknowledges because he actually sees it. That, yes, when Silas went down was past bloodshed, he actually legitimately turned his life around. Yep. Stupid flaming zombie. Basically, at this point, it achieved nothing beyond... Yeah, that's a good way to handle revenge. Of just... It won't feel nearly as fulfilling to gun down an old man who has legitimately turned his life around. But it's a different story if there's actually something. Okay, this is I think the only thing they've added to the map.
Should never have been built above a sacred place. He is fragile. The greatest catastrophes occur when men
Hey.
try to.
Damn, look at their eyes.
Oh, and it's all bright red eyes. Yeah, because I understand why a lot of that's kind of huge. A 12-shot repeater. Yeah. Hang on. We're just going to do that. Oh, he's too slow. He's not gonna make it.
You really are a strange girl.
I love that they address the whole follower immunity to being attacked.
No wonder they don't seem to like it.
Wait, what do you mean died here? These are, aside from like a couple skinny ones, a lot of these are modern and packing the same calibers of that I can still use. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I'm just gonna run for it. Yep. You'll never catch me alive or undead.
Smells like retros in
That was so... Oh, hey! He was right. Retchers. Oh, so these are like old undead. I see. But yeah, revenge is a weird thing for movies and films, and I feel like they just haven't really quite gotten it as right as they did with Princess Bride. In case you missed a repeater. In that the whole... there's something satisfying, because you don't see a lot where the person taking revenge has a point. In that most stories end in one or two ways of either the whole, as we were talking about, it won't be worth it to do it now where things have changed, or revenge is inherently wrong and anyone who tries to get it is worse than the person they're getting revenge on inherently. It almost never goes.
What the hell have you done down here?
It almost never... Semi-auto shotgun. Hey, this is... Yep, this is the one. I think this one is legit semi-auto, not slam fired, but still pretty fun. But it's very rare to see one where the person getting revenge has a point where it's, no, this was a terrible person who did terrible things for petty or inconsequential reasons. He does have to die. Like, the world is a better place without him in. Him offers a young guy listening. It's actually Dwight Eisenhower advice, and don't tear down the world in anger like I did. Finishes a feud with the last guy of the bookend of giving him a piece he left him and his brother hanging with that going line. I would have said I wouldn't have left you nothing. That's pretty cool. Somehow I knew this would end this way. In the bottom of an ancient Mexican burial ground, surrounded by undead, with a girl who may or may not be real. So the only way to go. God, you know it's bad when the game gives you a ton of ammo. Oh, that was cool. I hit him in the knee. I hit him in the other knee. I spun him around and got him in the head.
Christ, that was close. Good thing I got down here when I did.
This is not the time.
Hey, Crab. Hope you're doing well. We're actually about to finish this game. We're just in a ancient Aztec burial ground with a girl who might be a ghost trying to put an ancient jade mask back on the altar to stop the undead plague. How you doing? Gunnex. I've seen some Gunnex sword. That wasn't good. Since Tree's thing turns out, yeah, maybe Van is the most mentally healthy person, but holy hell, Claw is such a self-righteous murderer. Go. Yeah.
How do you know?
My name is Ayotioto.
Bless you. I'm a bit tired, but satisfying. You're kind of tired. Kayoshi's doing well. That's priceless. Hell yeah. That's good to hear.
Ayotioto.
Either a ghost or an actual deity of some kind. What's the difference?
You should return home.
The US dollar is the official currency of hell. Sure, it's a one mission. That had to have been from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's perfectly factual. No, I hope that you can get some rest, Nero. I don't know what it's been, but I feel like for a lot of people, it's been just a tiring couple of months. Probably from all the external stress. Have 1K bodies, 19K left, 19K left. You'll get there eventually. Nope.
There you are. Whenever trouble starts, I can pretty much guarantee you'll ride off into the sunset.
You feeling better?
Yes. I mean, once that boy stopped trying to bite me, everything felt much better.
Wakes up tied to a bed. Just, John, I knew that.
I only felt better once that mad look left your eye. Please, Dad, don't leave me here alone with that woman again.
I'll try not
They
to.
immediately start bickering.
I've heard that before.
Well, let me fix us something to eat.
I love the fit.
We've had enough dramatics for one day.
I'm wondering about the blood. They've lived with John for a long time. They've lived with him for a very long time. They're probably used to it. That's all I got to say. God damn it, Seth. Well, he was the only one who was having fun during this, and oh, oh right. Everyone said we really wanted to play as John Marston in the somehow to have him not die in the end of the first game. Here you are. Here's John again. As a zombie. Wait, didn't he explode this guy earlier? Just a zombie pal. All's right with the world. Oh, we got death. Just had to die for death to show up. Oh, that's a baby. Don't throw a baby through basketball hoops. What? Bit of shame they didn't let you swap between normal and zombie John. Buried by his wife and son with a flask of water he seemed to treasure. Did not know his special power. Now he comes back to the earth with the body of an undead. Wretched with the soul of a man dealt put rest by finishing it. So he's buried with some holy water. Do I have anything? Alright, so we got the Death Blood Pact. Everything else is just kind of... Sasquatch eyes, max ribs. Throw babies through hoops, through particle accelerators. That'll do it. So yeah, that is Undead Nightmare. A bit of DLC I had never finished, but had always wanted to. And it's just kind of the end of game free roam. So I wonder if Michigan Report from Hell was any good. It's just a weird cult. Oh yeah, I remember seeing that one be played. It definitely looked like the weird indie thing that you'd pick up and kind of mess around with. All right. So, on account of there being an achievement for unlocking and having every single town unlocked, and like, I'm not necessarily a completionist, but oh my son, my blessed son, who wrote that? Where was it? But I do want to I just want to be a bit opportunistic about this. No Salida. And get an achievement to say that I've gotten it, because we're one away. But no, they definitely don't let you swap between normal John and zombie John, because this was cockney. Dang it. Because this game was a bit of a little bit of a nod to the fandom and what they liked and wanted. So a bunch of characters that nobody really liked got their comeuppance in dying horribly in this game. But they also got one stab in at the player base who really liked John over Jack a whole lot. Like, they were not a big fan of Jack for multiple reasons. As a little, okay, fine. You can play as John again. You're gonna wish you hadn't wanted that, but you can. Had to bomb the kid first. What is with the quote bot and being so violent to kids tonight? That is like three anti-kid things in a row. It's woken up and chose violence. Wow, this one's huge. Eat the puppet! Well, Legend of the Undead. Huh? What? Did I finish I must have finished a challenge for that. Yeah, because I'm getting all the blood packed for the Horse of the Apocalypse I had earlier killed. Quote Bach. Fuck them kids. Can't argue with that. Zombie John. Yeah, he has a different unlockable outfit that instead of the Army of Darkness shout out, it's I think still, but a bit more ragged. All right, that's fair. Mercifully, nothing is on fire. All right, that one's just straight up not true. Yeah, that's just... Nightbot, what are you on? Hello, don't mind the zombie. I love how they just don't care. It's true endgame challenge. What? I haven't played Skyrim on stream. Why was I talking about cheese overdosing? I mean, that's a true endgame that you should all... It is my goal to leave this life by indulging in so much cheese that I just cannot handle it. And that is the true way to go out. All right, my dude, if you want ammo, you're going to have to either help me get up on that roof or come down from there. I am not picky, but you better choose. Because there's just too many. All right, I don't need you. I can figure this out without you. Hey, that was almost John sounding. Hey, yeah, a few specific reactions, but hey, don't you seem kind of ill? Formal vibes of gender swap potion 2, having everyone recognize you, but occasionally villagers go, wait, weren't you a man or woman? God, that reminds me of a one-shot I had planned a while ago, that I had just vaguely planned. It was one of those ones that I never went through with because the entire reason and rationale for the one shot was for one joke, which was it was going to be a section of like more or less ongoing sort of like this is just a setting that I can use for one shots over and over, and everything is kind of its own self-contained episode. But the only reason I had any of this planned was because I wanted one for this sci-fi setting where it was, yeah, so the science team was messing with some nonsense that got into the space station's air duct, and now everyone's gender has been swapped. With the end goal being, all right, anyone who wants to, now that we have the materials to reverse this and make another station-sized batch, anyone who wishes to have their gender swapped, make one line on the left. Anyone who wants the line for correct gender assignment starts on the left. The line for the clothing for the impromptu clothing yard sales starts on the right for anyone who is perfectly fine with how they are now. That was it. Huh. I guess I had... Oh, right. I have to... I have to teleport back up and save Cockney. God. But on the subject of just being able to randomly trans your gender in the middle of the game, that is one of the best things that you can put in a game, especially if you're not quite sure, or if you don't signal to players what it is. And I am thinking exactly about the coffin of gender reassignment in Dark Souls 2, where you don't know what it is, but it's guarded by two ogres, and Dark Souls is a game where the harder it is to get somewhere, the more you should try to go there, because it probably has some good stuff. And pair that with the fact that more often than not, a lot of a lot of times the coffins in that game are like travel points. Like there's so many instances where how do you get from point A to point B? You jump in a coffin and wait. Or you jump in a coffin and a cutscene of your character using it as a freaking toboggan plays. The funniest is in Elden Ring where you're on the edge of this massive cliff. Actually, most of them aren't on the edges of massive cliffs now that I think about it. And you just jump in and go over the side because, yeah, that'll help. Yeah, that'll 100% make a difference from going over it raw. From just jumping. So a lot of people went into that thinking, oh, there's going to be a reason for this. Like there's good shit behind this. Like there's going to be like a secret, some area that's the way forward. So they run past the two heavies guarding this place, and they pop out, have no idea what changed, especially if you're still in the traditional form concealing armor. Get smacked. Even funnier if you get out and you can see the cosmetic change and you're like, what just happened? And then you get smacked by the enemies that you ran past. It's amazing. Reminds me how I wrote Digimon character, both as Florian pointed out, trope of nobly large number of attractive people of either gender. They're mostly for the darling was up being annoying and died down a bit when I actually got love interest proper. But also cap off the joke with Digimon don't actually know what sex is. They just know the behavior and are replicating. Yes, his antics were all leading up to this one gag. Yep. All right. Yes, spinning plates. That it. And with that, I have done everything I want to from this game. I don't know why, of all the achievements in that, it's always been that one that I'm like, I really just want. Wow. Am I back? Yeah. Yeah, the thing is that hang on. Oh. That is my camera completely turned off. But the thing is that there we go. OBS has, I figured it out. OBS has problems specifically with capturing PS3 because I have to push it through I have to specifically push it through a splitter to strip off the encryption on it. That's what I'm trying to say. There we go. Stream info should be done. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people are having OBS just fuck their shit up. I don't know if it's because a lot of people have been reevaluating their streaming setup and changing a lot of things. 82%. All right, we can do it. Or if it's just a new update has absolutely fucked everything. But I've noticed that there's been a lot more streams breaking, and I'm not entirely sure why. Yeah, Brett was talking to himself a ton silently. Eldritch Bread incantations, or just another bread or a abandoned voice box somewhere just off camera. Bit of both. Yeah. Anyways, here romantic when it actually comes to a cheesy dorky way, but doesn't know that bit humans also do. And sometimes it's not bad to lead up to build something explicitly for one gag, because it can be really funny when it's like, wait, it was all for this one specific thing? What? And at least for like tabletop one-shots, it's not bad to make a one-shot under a single gag, because it's not going to last a long time. Like, you're just in it for 1, maybe 2, 3 if things go off the rail sessions.
You're in a hurry. So, what's going on?
So if you have something sweet and stupid,
Circumstances have changed.
it's kind of the better way to go. Like, my group have started a kind of tradition of every year around Christmas, we try to do a Christmas one-shot, then due to scheduling things, it gets pushed off to January. And so far, the first time we did it, they almost bombed Santa. Second time, the DM running it this year had the brilliant idea to make him a heavy set dude with Eastern European accent and heavy muscles, to the point of, maybe it's not a good idea to test this Santa. This one can live because, yeah. I'm just gonna leave. If I'm hearing something sort of similar in sort of sense, a Metal Slug character select having all these theories. It turns out we just found the other day that weird portraits are mostly a reason I felt like being silly. Oh yeah, for sure. Santa also, yep, seasoned beatings. As 100% it. It's just, and sure, you can make a good lore reason for it. Like, I've heard those, I've heard several of the Metal Slug theories behind why they look like that. And yeah, it just being, it looked funny, makes the most sense, but also everything else kind of had a point. So if the ground's soft enough for you to dig, you may as well make something that makes a bit of sense. Right? I have a feeling that this is just going to be... Right. So I forgot that we have this level, probably. And then there's, if I remember right, usually a secret or a final one. Oh, that wasn't an optional. That was a, hey, do this thing. All right, let's see if the physics engine works. Solid no. At least not in the way I was hoping. Yes, that pendulum can take out the tower. Which one? The one that we can see, or the one that's just outside of render distance? God, these... Oh, there's no... Wait, are we actively dropping... Are we the ones actively dropping these towers on Shadow as he moves through here? Are all those deaths my fault? Has Silver just done nothing right this entire time? We're leaving you. It's quite possible that this is all Silver's fault in multiple ways. Eh? Well, there's probably something I could throw there, but... Or I could just... enter my way out here. Ow, that was coming right at my face and I did nothing. Maybe looking like that one sad Silver comic art. Yeah. I assume that that's just kind of a default reaction to him. Oh wait, I forgot that I have a... slam move. Nice. Oh, that's what I was doing. Ah, ads. Be back in a sec. Wait, give me the... Hey. Should be back. Oh, come on. I was grabbing all those missiles. Yeah. The controls are questionable, but that's okay because the aiming isn't much better. God. Alright, we're just going to go over there and beat them up personally. You, I am especially unhappy with. How did I get hurt in that? Well, we're just going to keep on going on off the strategy of I don't want to be here, so I'm not going to. Supposed to write. Oh yeah, but oh shoot, just letting those things roll does even more. But like, I don't know, I thought he could deal with it. You know? Does Silver have light dash? Ring dash? No, he does not. I've been so conditioned by those rings of, oh yeah, just hit square and you go yeet. That I saw him, I'm like, oh yeah, can do that. Wait, is this actually an ability that this one has? I thought that would. Alright, new plan. New plan, get a better plan. Scrongle him. The first thing we have to do in like every single point is reduce the amount of entities on the screen because it just can't, it can never handle it. It's the funniest thing. It's always 3 entities and that's it. You cannot take any more. It reminds me of how the PS3 Fallout games, there was always the last battle that they just did not have the ability to render to handle everything. So you invariably were... Oh. I might have wanted to keep a few of those. It doesn't matter. So like there was always a point where you were supposed to have this epic battle, but it was always a race between when your PS3 would give up trying to render all the actions that are happening and if you would actually be able to do it. I remember both New Vegas and 3. 3 especially. 3 was bad about it. That my PS3 broke so many times. It is great. Oh. I thought I could grab him. I guess I had to come to a complete stop first. Still need to finish modding. Do you ever finish modding Vegas, or are you just in a state where you have to admit that you cannot hold any more mods? Because personally, I don't think a fully done modded Vegas exists. There's always one more cool mod that you want, or one more thing that you wish it wasn't killing your system to have. If I remember, there was a stupidly cool power armor mod that's like, yeah, I just wanted to make something that made power armor feel like what they were aiming for with Fallout 4, but without the drawbacks and things that people didn't like about how that implementation worked. So we had, and by that I mean I'm adding so many more complex features for the sake of realism that it's actually questionable how much this is wanted and how much this is just my... Oh. God, that is so weird. And how much this is just my own desires becoming manifest. It could be a bit of both. But it had like overheating based off of ambient temperatures, which you had to install another mod that I couldn't get to work, so no ambient temperatures for me. But also had fusion core management and a whole bunch of other things to make it feel like you're actually piloting a mech suit instead of just in good armor. No, it can hold a lot more. That's the way to think about it. Until you need to... Wait. What? Do I have to go... Do I have to deal with these things first? What? Ah. I don't care for reels and stuff, plans or robot. I just want more guns, armor. I want companions. I want more houses. Understandable. Yeah, there's a couple that... the way I always play that game specifically, I always go for highest realism and stupidest nonsense. Like, there's an old challenge run that I think if you do, like, exclamation point rules or something, there should still be what I was trying to do with that. And it was stupid. Like, it was honestly just dumb to the point of being a little bit abhorrent, where I was only using the 357 Magnum revolver. Concerned about fucking up with the strip, but that's also like there's not many quest stuff I see worth it. I've heard mixed up like Vegas bounties, especially when they actually got to the guy. Hang on, something reloaded. They're building up to. Understandable. I remember that there's some things of that if you had the memory expansion patch, it... God dang it! I forgot I was out of rings. It worked fine, because the big problem was that they had to split the strip up into a couple loading zones to actually accommodate everything they wanted in there, because of course they did. Come on. Oh, wish we had rings. Hi, Kamini. Thank you so much for lurking. It's good seeing you around, and I hope that you're doing good. I saw the announcement, and just hope that whatever you get up to, that you're having fun with it. I have hope lies companion-wise, mostly because were dinosaurs a pre-war thing or a pre-war thing? I can see that. I would like literally anything usable. I knew that I was going to get hit by that. Well, we've got these rings, and we've got them for the entire game, for the entirety of this section. You know, what? Do we even have to deal with that? I feel like we could just do ourselves a big favor by going elsewhere. Remember that one Willow, one lie, see you looking and like people are just trying to see not popular waifu one. Yeah. Yeah. The depressing thing is more often than not, that's kind of just it. Frame rate. Please. Of course, being stupidly aggressive is the one that works the best. Yeah, it's like going on Stardew's Nexus page, and it's just a ton of I see you're the type of person who would pull out a mod list like this and say something kind of creepy about something culture, and you don't, and not see how this is weird at all. Oh, the one I just threw off into the stratosphere because I've been conditioned to think all of these containers are the parts to knocking things over? Nope. Oh shit, that was the last one. Do not care for your waifus. I'm here to put Funny Man in charge of Gambling Tower. Okay, I would like to try to hit these things, but aiming seems to be something that they did not want to account for. Which is funny, because several people can aim. It's just Silver, the one whose entire gameplay loop is throw shit at other shit, is not one of them. Alright, new plan. Hope to my understanding is in Romance 1, but also keeps the Vegas on. Yeah, I'm not sure. The extent of my modding for Vegas was largely just a bunch of the weird stuff, and then like more items and weapons and crafting, because I felt that the main gameplay loop of New Vegas was perfectly fine for what I wanted from the game. Is just that I'd like it to be Vegas, but more so. So I didn't do much beyond that, partially because I also haven't done all of the companion side quests. I've done a lot of the easier ones to get. Like, I've done Boone, I've done Veronica. I don't think I've ever gotten Arcade Ganon, despite the name being amazing, because most of the time I didn't have the stats to do his side quests until much later in the game. By that point, I forgot about him, or just like, it's fine. No, Housewise apparently installed the Vertibird at some point, and now have a flight school building. Love that for you. Because you should always just have the ability to launch yourself up into the air. Sometimes you just need to send yourself. I love the fact that I think there's something with how launch velocity is calculated for Silver's stuff, that enemies have an internal weight variable, and if they're over that, then they don't get launched properly. So you get things like getting a heavy, picking it up, and instead of a super cool throwing them into the stratosphere, it's just they flop. So most Vegas companion side quest methods are kind of daft, probably why they tend to break. Like, no rule does. There's no reason to finish arcades until right near the finale, because if you use them because he leaves when it's down. Yeah, and there's a couple that. My big thing is I never really like using companions, but I use them in Fallout because it feels like they're better used. Because Skyrim and even Oblivion and other games, they feel like they're there as a meat shield for the player. Oh, thank God, we get to play as somebody. Oh, wait, we get to do this section again. That they're just like, we don't have anything. Let's see if I can do this again. But yeah, for Skyrim, I don't think there were any companion quests, really. That they're just kind of... They existed because it's harder to get carry weight or more annoying to max it all out or whatever. But they seemed like they had a purpose in Fallout games, which I could appreciate. Like, they were there for a reason. And they were more interesting, right? Although this is probably a little bit of the fact that I have a known... Right. Out! For one glorious minute. All the games, they've really figured it out. Starfield has some good ideas building off it, like the 4 core ones occasionally getting their own dialogue to enter. Yeah, and I feel like the thing is that Starfield had a lot of good ideas, but the problem is an issue that's not really at the core of Starfield. The problem that it ran into was common with a lot of space games, that you can either be accurate to the distance involved in the distance and to a degree boredom involved in interplanetary travel, as well as exploring featureless worlds, in that there's a whole lot of nothing. Like, that's just how it is. Oh shoot, I did not realize I was out. Glad I got the 1-up though. That you are going to spend in a realistic time scale without cheating faster than light travel in, or some excuse to allow you to skip time in more realistic ones. You're going to spend a lot of time just traveling. Like, that's the biggest reason I bounced off Elite Dangerous, in that to get somewhere interesting... Sayonara, Nara, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? What were you playing? Oh, hey, Lottie. Marvel Rivals, how's that? I've seen a lot of people having fun with it, and I hope that you had some good names. And welcome in Lottie, Dorogoom, and Sayonara. For everyone new here, I'm Eldritch Horror Brett, and Eldritch Horror from Beyond Reality found an old band blockbuster full of classic games and decided, you know what, this is the best thing ever. Normally, I possess a small little bread roll because it's cheap, it's easy, and it breaks before anything else in the real world, because that's been a problem. But just because I had all my audio break and swapping models helps it, I'm possessing my more humanoid form now for the second part of the stream that I call Corpse, for obvious reasons. Hope that you had a good stream, and if you have to raid and run, I totally understand it. Stream is a lot of work, and a game like Marvel Rivals can and will get you frustrated and wondering, worth it, got the medal, and wondering how anyone else has actually played to that rank. And thank you so much for the raid, and really appreciate it. We're just playing Sonic 06, my first Sonic game ever, because I make good decisions. The actual reason is I got drunk over Thanksgiving, and the next day I woke up to find that I had bought this for $10 from a Goodwill in Akron, Ohio. eBay purchases, an amazing thing that you should not let someone drunk get on. And so far, despite the fact that this is easily the worst piece of software I have ever seen, not even a game, like just in terms of software, this is... I feel so bad for the devs involved. It's been fun. I see why people like Sonic games. Earlier we did finish Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare, which I'd been trying to finish since November. So we decided, we got time. We'll finish this. Cannot see anything, but that's someone else's problem. Oh, no problem at all. I definitely appreciate the follow and even the thought, but I totally understand, because there's been times where I've either known someone for a while just through Twitter or Blue Sky. I was like, I never seen them go live. I wonder if they're on a hiatus or something. No, it's because I never followed them. There was one time where I got 3,000 channel points in someone's stream and then followed because I had seen their go lives. I had joined from that and never realized that I had not actually followed. Thank you, Eagle. Every VTuber has tits. The Twitch integrated throwing system. It's true. You can throw a knife at me right now. Or a brick. Wait, no, tell me how your stream went. I'm curious. Especially because my knowledge of hero shooters starts and stops at TF2, where my proudest moment was memeing so hard it got my own team to ban me. I wasn't even playing bad. I was just being very aggressive with the whole, let's go! Actually, it might have been the entire server. That was back in the days where they thought server-wide chat was a good idea. Yeah, like so. Thanks for the break. I completely missed it. Good fun playing some ranked. Still time playing? Oh, nice. Mostly tanking around. Yeah, there's something good about just being a massive fuck off wall of a character. Would normally be worried about desecrating a grave, but it's not the first grave I've desecrated, so what game was that I said that? It has to be like 133. That's somewhat recent. As 06 Journey. Did you read that boss yet? Probably. We finished Sonic and Shadows campaign and we're like 87% through with silver. I don't think I've seen a boss since the one. I think the last boss I had was the Egg Cerberus, the one that shot a bunch of missiles in the ice field. But oh, delayed reaction there, Sock. But honestly, they've all kind of been. They've either been really easy because there's enough stuff that you can grab and throw them at them, so long as you don't get wombo comboed. Shadow was hard because he is good at wombo comboing. But so far they haven't been awful. She needs to get cat kidnapped again. Alright, here's the master plan to save Elise. We simply go back in time and kidnap her again. It's well known that if you kidnap someone from a situation they don't want to be in, then it's legally a rescue. I'm adding that as a quote. And Blaze is just there.
Chaos control.
Yeah, we don't see his body.
Silver.
It's
I can handle this myself. Besides, you got somewhere to go, right?
it's well-known fact.
I'll
Don't see a body.
change
It
Elisa's
doesn't matter.
fate, and that in turn should change your future too.
All right, I know why characters keep on tossing their Chaos Emeralds to other people while they time travel.
Save her.
It's because narratively it ensures that they have to find a new Chaos Emerald to get back. And they want it so that by the end of going through all these time travel shenanigans, everyone has gathered all the emeralds. Because I know enough from osmosis that every Sonic game ends with getting all the emeralds and using them to get super form.
Save our world now. We don't have to change the past. I'm sure.
But it's really funny
So you have
in this game specifically because it seems like everyone's being really irresponsible and just banking that there's going to be an emerald wherever they end up. And I know they won't, but every time that they've done this, I've really hoped that that they would bring up a paradox where the way they travel back is by having the same emerald. It's like, yeah, no, this is the green chaos. This is like the red chaos emerald. And the one you have is the red chaos emerald from 4 hours ago. Let's just open the portal before we get a headache thinking about this.
I'm coming, Iblis.
Ah, get back here. It's just a Sergeant Cortez method. Yeah, just bootstrap paradox it. All right, I'm assuming from what I've heard about Adventure that it is possible for... Oh, that is so weird that you don't have to hold it, they just go up. But I'm assuming that like you can multi-dip on the emeralds, so if you need like 3 people to go super, you just need the full set of emeralds for everyone. But it would also be, it would be really funny and it would be smart. It would be a fun little gimmick if by the end of it, through repeated time travel, everyone got a full set of emeralds. They definitely didn't have the time to do that, but it would have been really cool if it's like, oh yeah, no, we all have these emeralds. We can all do this. But then again, one of my biggest gripes with Singularity was that if you know what you do to call... Because at the beginning of that game, you accidentally cause a massive time paradox by saving someone who should have, in the original timeline, died in a building fire. And I've always thought that there should be an option with any game with time travel, especially something that's a bit of an immersive sim sort of deal of here's the environment, figure out your way through it. We do not care beyond that. Good luck, have fun, don't come crying to me when you can't figure it out. That being able to, or with multiple endings, that if you have time travel, it should be canonical that you can go back through the game well knowing what you did to cause it to go wrong and averting that. Like, it just has to be a quick little joke ending of, yeah, you beat the game in 5 minutes, and we've given you just a very unsatisfying ending. Like, there's one Far Cry game where it starts with the main villain saying, hey, I know you're just here to put your mother's ashes to rest like she asked, and we'll talk about that, but give me a minute and wait here. Oh, dang it. And if you stand around and wait for like 10 minutes IRL, he does just come back and lets you do it, and the game ends at that point. It's kind of hilarious. Oh, hey, Camo. New game plus. Yeah, new game plus the last 3 minutes. That exactly. Ow. Well, I guess we're going down here, because, fell a bit. Because all the satisfaction you would have got, if you're playing through the game without spoilers, I know there's a couple, it might be like an indie game, where you get an achievement that calls you a cheater if you go through it without solving the quick little puzzle, or like the puzzle that makes the main game loop. Because the password's you're just trying to find and reassemble a password from a bunch of puzzles to open a door and leave. And if you know what it is, you can leave before any horror nonsense happens. So if you already know, if you know what it is, you've either cheated, which, alright, why did you get the game in the first place? Or you've gone through it once, and it's a fun little Easter egg. just Isomnium Files Nirvana Initiative. It's technically the best ending is noted in universe because it ends the biggest issues before they begin, but it doesn't seem happy. Though it's not right away, I think. Right, but it's the same thing of like, you know what's going on and how to react. Really cool as Sonic CD, you can time travel at will and level. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. I suppose space games and time travel games have the same thing, or have a similar thing, that if done well, you're probably going to get bored with it easy. So we were talking about space games earlier and how if they're done at a scale that properly accentuates problems with real-world space travel, mainly that there's a lot of time and distance involved, it gets boring quick. But the thing with a game that is built explicitly around a time loop, by nature, you're going to get sick of the loop. But until you figure out how to break it or do it enough times to get out of it, you just have to deal with it, even if it leads to the gameplay being repetitive and not in a fun way. So Shadow Destiny, I think, lets you do special ending with meta knowledge by doing something like it. Then you use the don't touch past future self thing on someone else. Now that you know this actually are that. Yeah, like that's using the genre really well. Of hey, we have a game about time travel, or we're putting in this secret at the end of the game that you would not know without playing through. Let's give someone a little reward if they figure that out. Reminds me of 12 minutes. I think I've heard of that one. Aha! Got him. And the other dude. Oh, sweet, I'm on. Ow. Hey, worm. I need that spot. Shoo. Get out of... That hole is not for you, that's for me. And Stars of Time. I've seen that game around. I'm like, alright, I would love that. However, the main thing being about the main character's mental health rapidly deteriorating as he keeps on trying to solve the time loop. That is not something I am in a good headspace for. Ah, dang it. Oh, I saved it. I always forget. It's so weird that Silver's gauge actually works. Not used to that mechanic being a thing. Point where he tries to speedrun everyone's focus episodes. Special skill unlocks and extremely upsets them each time they all realize, hey, that they're aware. I've heard that they're aware enough, but they don't quite know what's going on because they can't. They just know that he's doing like a absolute 180 from how he was from the other day. I remember there was something. I have no idea what it was, though. That it was just that... the thing was that there was a time loop. And one person had it figured out, but thought the main character was, like, responsible for it and blamed it. But it was all just from him knowing, like, reading people and knowing something was up. And it's like, time loop explains it. Like, he wasn't actually remembering past loops. Game where the guy stuck in 12-minute time loop. Point and click puzzle thing. Try over to prevent something from happening during the loop. Some insane. Nice. Remember 12 minutes of people really hating twists? Seems like it's a game of mixed opinions. How very much on brand for this stream. Yeah, I also remember Minute being a fun one with a similar thing of that you have 60 seconds before you die and wake up at the start of the game or back in back in your bed, so it's much more... God, they really love this room. So it's much more of a... You have to make... Kind of like Majora's Mask, where you have to make incremental... Ooh! We're breaking it this time. I can get behind this. But you're making incremental progress each time to try open up shortcuts or find a new better room that you can respawn from. Look at that any review, just kind of play. Yeah. There's definitely a strategy of not going for looking at reviews and just playing it for what it is. That's why it's simultaneously what I really appreciate about streamers and really miss about the old days where you could get a demo of just about everything. Huh? Hang on, what does this hint say? I think I'm doing it wrong.
Concentrate your power on the light, and it will show you the way.
Wait, do I have to pick up every one of these things? That sucks. See the twist and it was like, god damn it. A game without ever seeing a single review beforehand is probably definitely the most pure way. Can be a little bit frustrating if you really get skunked on a game. I don't think I even need those. I think they're just lighting it, but like every PS3 game, the light isn't that much of a problem. It's just kind of fine. But no, like what I really appreciate about streaming is if there's a game that you're curious but don't know about, you can just check it out. Like you can just get some footage, see what it looks like, and go off of that. Like there's a ton of games where I was like, yeah, I'm not sure if I want this, but after seeing someone play it, it looked legit. Like it looked fun, so I think I'm gonna pick it up. And that was a better way, but God, demos are still... I miss the days when those were common. And the weirdest thing is, that was back in the day where a demo was just, yeah, here's a kiosk in a grocery store. Go crazy. I think I played Assassin's Creed Mirage. Never played Assassin's Creed game before, and I really enjoyed it. Even platinumed it. Well, to learn community considered to be mid and even terrible in some, right? And sure, part of that is 100% just what a person's opinion of the game is, that some people just won't like everything. But also, sometimes games aren't that bad. Like, one of my favorite Final Fantasies is Final Fantasy 15, and that is regarded as such a mess of hot garbage. Ow. Hang it. Get out of here. Block. To the point of not being worth playing, but I think it's fine. It's a vibe. Alright. Oh. Yeah, 15's the best. Like, a lot of things... Ah, dang it. I think I need to get every one of these orbs. A lot of things that people complain about that game are either not really that big of an issue or just kind of fine. But we're doing well. I hope that the Me-Side stream was going well. Wish you could have stayed around longer, but work being a pain. Eh. Alright. Think I have a plan. I'm really hoping that I just need 3 of these things. And that they don't break from colliding on... Ah. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that's why encourage people to actually try games for themselves before formulating opinion. Yeah. There's, like, I can understand some things, like, oh yeah, I know that this is a strategy game, and I just categorically am not sure about it. This, or, like, the reason that I never played a Persona game or anything by Atlas for, well, I still haven't, because it has the gall to be very expensive still. Like, it's $70 at... Oh. Okay, I think I see the path. There's a thing on the worm. Is because, like, I'm not sure enough on the core gameplay, because anything with a time limit stresses me out to the point that I don't think I've finished most any game where that's been a thing. As I know Dead Rising I haven't finished, mostly because the time management stresses me out, and I know to a degree you're actively supposed to fuck off and just fail again and again to level up and get better at things. But that is a whole different issue of the ADHD going brrr. God, that was it. That is so much easier. But definitely for critical reviews, that it's hard to trust them. The best way to get an opinion on a game is to just play it yourself. Oh, dang. Here, have a worm. FF15 is kind of a mess and it could deal with better combat, but I did find it engaging. Party actually feels like a group of friends. Thinks Max are putting an interesting opinion. It might not be worth your money, but it may be worth your time. Yeah, and one of my favorite things was that it has a good vibe. I will agree that the whole that the fact that they wanted to make it a multimedia property where in order to understand what's going on in the game and all the backstory and world building, you have to watch an anime, watch a feature-length film, read a comic, and etc., etc. That made it a mess. It could have done with a tighter world building and being more self-contained. Like, that is a legit problem, which is fair to have, because it leads to a lot of the game not actually being in the game. But it had fun world building, fun characters, and I liked the dynamics that they all had. Although I will say my favorite thing is that when you get the DLC for 15, you unlock the ability to swap between characters at will, so you can use their DLC moveset in the base game, and oh my god, Prompto is busted. The boy is insane. It is the funniest instance of, yes, I have age-old magic handed down for generations. What do you have? Basic firearms training. And I am on par with you. Because the game is not built around having a character that is proficient and strong at a distance, but they had to bump all of his damage numbers up by giving him essentially a fantasy MP5.
It seems like the attacks come in regular intervals.
Legion? A fantasy MP5 and a rocket launcher. And he is a monster when it comes to combat. A lot of people who defend or enjoy this game are usually people who grew up with it being oblivious to reception, grew accustomed to strange tendencies. Part of it is that, like with Dark Souls 2, what I've found, the game is fine and perfectly playable so long as you don't attempt to play it like Dark Souls 1 or 3. A little bit of it is learning what the game wants from you. And if you are willing to give it that and meet the game with what it does well and adapt, it's pretty good. So remember how Dead Rising gradually loosened the time limit stuff, like 3 up the days to 7, and that's more than enough. 4 dropped it. I think Deluxe Remaster hit a good point where doing everything is easier if you know how the leveling early is faster, and there's a skip time button if you want to focus on the... Yeah. The big problem that I had with it, and what made my brain scream, was the fact that you got a game over game over, restart the entire storyline if you missed a deadline, which I just found as being that being just too much for me. Whenever it's got guns, it's got good damage with those guns. Because beforehand, the best firearm type weapon for the party was you could find it in one base, where it was a solid sniper rifle, and that was busted because you got a massive damage multiplier for a headshot and could engage enemies outside of their usual range, which was the benefit of the handgun type weapons, that you yourself were in less danger of being hit, so the trade-off was they did less damage. It makes sense from a game design standpoint of guns being weaker, or ranged being weaker in general, due to risk or reward. The funny thing is, in real life, because most ranged options have some sort of mechanism aside from how hard can the person holding this thing swing it. Like, crossbows for a while in the Middle Ages were banned, and the Middle Ages had tight crossbow control because they were simple to make, easy to use, and could punch through plate armor. Yeah, very climatic explosion. Don't worry, the explosion on my PS3 will be better when this thing melts it down. Also lets you load a save. Yeah, that's a big thing. But the fact that Prompto in 15, part of it is that he's the most... Oh, this is a straight up dude. Look at those legs. Part of it is that episode Prompto was is either the last or second to last. I should go through and see if there's any more DLC I missed. So I thought I got it all, but there might have been one more thing that I didn't play. But yeah, it was like the last or second to last entry in the expansions, which means they had the most planned and solid design for him. Like, they knew what worked and what didn't, and really brought it. In comparison, episode Gladio was the first one, and that one was rough. Like, he's so basic, he doesn't do much that isn't already done from the main game. It's just that, like, all right, we have a handful of abilities, let's do it. At least for... No, wait. Was Ignis the last one or the second one? But I know that for episode Ignis, they at least gave him a grappling hook, which was super fun. Especially because... Especially because the area that it took place in was Fantasy Venice, which was a massive pain to get around with on foot. Either having to use fast travel gondolas or...
He's trying to destroy this foothold. Silver, don't let him get you too.
Or just your best reckoning of all the bridges and tunnels. But I just let him... Oh, sweet. Hey, sorry about the third eye. So it was a lot of fun to ignore that very annoying platforming challenge. Ignis was last, right, because this is alternate game ending, which I do remember was that's the one. I never played episode Arden. I should dust that off and play it. Yeah, Ignis was the last one. You're right about that. I remember the... That is true. I do not care about copyright. But yeah, because I remember playing through and I'm like, alright, so nobody died except for Arden. But somehow this ending seems sadder. Yeah. I think it was a good game, is just that people got a little bit uptight about the whole thing. Because every time there's a new Final Fantasy, people just love to argue. That's the...
Not now.
Eh? Didn't... Ow. It probably broke. Let me try it. Yeah, because right. The problem with playing PS3 games is that the setup is so janky that somehow... Nope, that's regular sound alerts. Do I have through... Oh, TTS, right. Let me try it out.
Red!
Right, that's a regular one. The I forgot that the way it works is that the copyright
No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me!
That one and I Call Dibs aren't through sound alerts. I updated my bot a while ago to handle sounds too, because why not? And unfortunately, whenever it breaks, because the PS3 often causes my entire setup to break on account of it's just... It doesn't like the fact that I'm stripping off an encryption layer in the video transfer signal through a splitter, so it causes problems. Basically, fine. I'd say it's more that every single fandom's like this on some level, that Zelda fans have this weird thing of every game that came before it is the gold standard, and every game that comes after is absolutely horrible. Mario fans keep on convincing themselves that there has never been a good Mario game, actually, and the critically acclaimed 8 out of 10 game that everyone thought was fine was actually horrible because it wasn't a 10 out of 10. Sonic fans are perpetually like that, to the point where a new writer coming in and addressing the issues of, hey, this game really, this series struggles with continuity issues, it's not really clear, things get retconned and forgotten about, and could you do something about that? Treat him like he's doing something horrible. And Final Fantasy fans will always argue if a game is or is not a Final Fantasy game, despite them being very much consistent and always trying something new, because they're like that. Hey Whisper, thanks for lurking. I catch it. I think he missed something. Salt ending is funny because I think he messes up both Arden's plan and Bahamut's technically with what he says there. I love that. I just feel in how I found the Avengers game fine, like Guardians of the Galaxy game, with people putting it on all on Avengers fall, and the game's trailers did not look good either. Yeah, Star-Lord generally feels super weak to play as compared to the Avengers live service antics. All the GPU in the game does usually go straight sabotaging your stream. Sometimes. The bigger thing is that the sound and technically speaking, I shouldn't be playing this because there is DRM baked into the PS3 that I'm actively subverting because it's stupid and nobody likes it. Also, did my bot break or do I? Ah, weird. Hang on. I probably have something not right in the spelling of your name on the bot, but go check out Whisper. She's great. Oh, ads. Just gonna jump over these and then yeah, that's ad breaks ends. Be back in a bit. Alright, seems like everyone else should be back now. I've completely forgotten what I'm talking about. That should not be an issue, though. Oop. Alright, get it. There you go. So yes, it may be a factor, but as an issue gets glossed over. Another game wants to use squad abilities and that, but the end result is Star Lord's own attacks will kill regular mooks. Okay, what do I do there.
If he gets in close, you'll have to do a lot of damage and push him back.
A lot of damage with what, though?
And jump on his head. Use the R1 button to use your psychokinesis on his weak spot.
Oh, wow.
It looks like he's getting...
Alright, that is kind of annoying since they say do a lot of damage to push him back. Maybe there's an opening to get on the head there? Bonk.
It looks like he's getting close.
I should probably keep these around.
You'll be in trouble.
Mentioning FF fans over which games are actual Final Fantasy reminds me of a video I watched where a guy held a poll to find out what Sonic games fans consider spin-offs and mainline. According to statistics, 2 people took the poll. Says first Sonic the Hedgehog game was the only mainline Sonic game. Yeah, that sounds about right. The funny thing is that for Final Fantasy, most of the people who know anything about Final Fantasy 1 will immediately say, yeah, don't play this game without a guide. It's not that it's bad, it's actually kind of perfectly fine. It's one of those games, not great, not terrible. It's just singularly okay. But the thing is that it's very glitchy. Alright. Reminds me of someone mentioning earlier how... Oh, we got a shock the turtle in the head. Reminds me of someone mentioning earlier how someone played FF2 on their own for the first time and ended up liking it, with them finding out the grind stat stuff was just... Or you could just play it normally and get the stats you need. Yeah, because that's the weird thing about... I actually did that a lot because... as far as my brain worked, is like, oh, but I can grind out stats. I can get swole. I can just sit here and have my own party members hit themselves over and over again until I have late game levels of health and weapon damage. Oh, I did not expect to touch down. And this one reminds me of the boss battle at the end of Yoshi's Island with Giga Bowser. That he's just slowly doing a lot of the same gimmicks of slowly throwing stuff at you, coming closer and have to push him back. And it's not even fishing and getting those stats. Basically, they didn't need any of that. Oh, that's going to actually be super useful when I get around to playing FF2. Because I swear, there's a point in a game where you just have to say, I don't care about the mechanics or features the game is putting ahead of me. It is too much work and too much effort to try to grind these out. I am just going to go to the end, and if something goes wrong, that is between me and whatever god you care to name. And it more often than not ends up perfectly fine. Get back. Alright, just give me a whole lot of rocks to throw at you. Yes, like that exactly. And we're going to be fine. We find out people behind the grindy accusation was getting 20 levels ahead of what you're meant to be at. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes it's a case of... It's a case of, oh yeah, the game made it seem like I have to be this far ahead. Okay, is there really nothing else to go that I get 3 foothold hits, and if I mess it up, that's it? I see what you mean by, have you gotten to that boss with Silver yet? Ugh. I think we are going to go till the next game over and then raid out. Sonic Unleashed, most first-time players will use all their XP to upgrade normal daytime Sonic Knight. Realize that if they don't upgrade Werehog, that levels will tear them to shreds. Meanwhile, upgrading daytime is basically inconsequential, other than making them faster, makes daytime levels harder. Yeah. Oh, wow. Good design. Having too many of these at once, instead of being a good barrage, causes them to blow up. Or just go over there. Alright. Yeah, because the thing is that as far as game design, for what it has to do, it has to make a game where 100% completion has a lot of hours, because people want to, because the studios want to make a game where it's big and has lots to do, and it will also assumes that the average player will not get through. We'll get through about half of the stuff a game has to offer, but not much more. So you essentially are making games where... What? Wait, this gives me a horrible idea. Oh yeah, this is dumb, but it might not work. I know this is rich from someone who currently doesn't have hands, but... yeah. I will talk smack about hands. Like, people don't realize what it's like to not have good limbs. And then they'll also be stupid while using them. I have no idea if that did any damage. But yeah, so you end up... So the bigger a game is, the more likely it is that it's designed to be... God, dang it. Just one at a time. That's, like, the only way to make sure these stupid things actually hit. If I can finish the thought, dang it. It's that... You need to have a game that can be beatable at 50% completion. Because the odds are, if you have a game like Breath of the Wild where you can just blitz out to the end and be perfectly fine with it, then it's either all skill gated, in which case a good player can get through it and not through like the bullshit death of 1,000 cuts because the game has a minimum damage of 1. Get through it sort of thing, but legitimately get through it by just playing good and having an iota of patience. There we go. Elden Ring is basically designed... Yeah, that's exactly it. The Elden Ring's a great example, that by design, you are... Unless you know it or are using a guide, you're going to be going through 50%. Fine. Yes, the Grand Slam, and I hate it. I have an idea. The idea didn't work. Is it really just you have to be good about grabbing them from the meteor swarm? Throw a small rock, a big rock? The idea was I could use them as platform and maneuver him maneuver so I don't get hit by it. But I don't think that worked. I think so? This feels very final boss adjacent. Actually, what happens if I try to launch myself? Maybe. Oh.
He sends out waves of
Actually, wait, no. I get what you're saying. That's throwing the small rock at the big one. When it gets to that, is probably the way to go. Ah, it always looks lower than it is. Dang it. Can't wait for Project 6 to be fully finished so we can have 06 and it's tired. Right? It's...
trying to destroy this foothold.
From the bit that I saw, it looks so good. It's just... Everything controls more smooth. It doesn't lag. I actually said check what to do. I'm like, oh, of course. It's actually very simple. I'm going to try it one more... Give it one more... Actually, no. We're on the last life. Let me hear it. I am asking for help because this is honestly stupid. Boss. That's what I said that earlier. Like, this boss reminds me of Yoshi Island's boss. That is both so stupid, I can't believe that's the solution. And also, I am so mad. I think I know what it is. I tried that, but I got the angle wrong. So it didn't work. So I abandoned that because I'm like, I tried that, it didn't work. And I'm gonna try something else. I think that was too big for Twitch. Yeah, they have a character limit of about 500. Dread overthinking Trap of the Ancients. God, it's not even overthinking. If I was overthinking, I might have thought, hey, maybe I have to try it again, or maybe I was onto something and it didn't work because game controls are jank as hell. But no, it's just a case of you can try to do something, it just doesn't really work because of how the game is. Ooh, good interception on that meteor strike. Yeah, I will say one thing that YouTube has over Twitch at the very least is that YouTube will tell you what the character limit is and how close you are, and will gray it out so you don't get a message not sent thing. Up and down, and they really just set that to your height. I'm amazed Silver's hair isn't on fire. Quills? Eh, wherever on his head, it should be on fire. Actually, at this close to lava, we should be on fire. I think Eggman would have just hit something else with an airstrike and be done with it. Big rock suit damage. I'm not... I think the thing is that at this point in the timeline, Eggman's dead. If it canonically died in the egg carrier explosion, he wouldn't be around to... The codes went down with him. Guess Twitch just had enough of... Short... Dang. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not seeing anything from my end on... That sometimes if... Because I don't have... Oops. Because I don't have automod on... Because I operate on the assumption of... Yeah, the chat can do just about anything until somebody gives me a reason to not do it. It's why I've been a bit more strict on I'm not pulling things up in the middle of stream, because that's something that got to a point of just too much of that. And I wish the game had another year cooked. Yeah, they had the balls to kill Eggman in a crash. It was so anticlimactic. I was holding it. I was holding R1 down that entire time, or L1. So it's basically Sonic games should have XP systems because you can be way too under leveled. Yeah, especially for a platformer that if it's like Mario RPGs that they work because they're built fully in the RPG system. Like they are barely, aside from field moves, they do not have any similarities to platformers. But I hate that so much. That's just a game over if you miss the toss.
If he gets in close, you'll have to do a lot of damage and push him back.
But yeah, if the game isn't built like fully as an RPG, those systems fall flat. Yeah, just grab home, destroy all the rocks, game.
Looks like he's getting closer to his final form. You'll be in trouble if you let him get close. Try to keep him away from
Ugh. But platformer with stats is a interesting idea. It's probably best to leave it as just what you see is what you get. Especially because most platformers, I feel, and this evidentially, I did not know that this was as hot a take of platformers should be more about the levels than anything else, because a platformer should ideally be a test of skill and maneuverability. I either have one set of stats and not have all combat as counter around them. Don't want to kill this really cool boss 3 seconds because it's good. Yeah. Yeah, I get that entirely of, oh, that was a cool boss. Because I've reached a point in 16 where, admittingly, it's because I've set it up so every single ability I have is just the ultimate cinematic slowdown time as the hit lands attack for everything. But it's gotten to a point where fights against anything but a massive boss is just me spamming all my abilities, and if they're still up, I wait for 5 seconds and spam them again. It's very silly. And get back, you dang turtle. You can crush my soul more than getting to a Frontiers Titan fight and not being able to hear the music because it's too... Yeah, the boss music or the special music, like with Red Dead we were playing earlier, we got what I can only explain with the quote that it generated, who put reggae in my zombie game. It was such a cool song for the ride to the final mission, and it sucks so much when it cuts out too soon. Susan has the problem of Clyde being basically guaranteed to be too powerful because how good his abilities are while not doing enough with his base moveset. Yeah, I can see that. I feel like it's a little bit balanced in the fact that if you're not ability spamming, you don't do much. That there's a point where early games, it's about building up a stagger gauge and causing enemies to go into a weakened state where you can pile it on, where every attack in that state until their bar fills back up and they stand up is free real estate and deals a building percent multiplier. Late game, though, you just open the encounter by spamming absolutely everything, and then by the end of it, by the time that they're at half stagger, unless you're using Shiva, because God, Diamond Dust deals half of everything stagger gauge. It's stupid and I love it. But by the time you get it staggered, you're at a point where everything's probably recharged anyway. It's better to let everything fly, let it recharge, and let it fly again than to save it up for a vulnerable point. When I replay Frontiers, I just don't upgrade my strength at all to be able to actually fight them. Good to know. Alright, so I have to time this. GR can kill bosses so fast when I upgrade sword, and anything below highest, they run through phases in like 20 seconds. Eat it. Yes. Ah, that feels so cathartic. Yeah. Although I wonder, I wouldn't be surprised for Revengeance that the point is when you're upgraded that much that you get the equipment needed to deal with higher difficulties. Because I noticed that with EDF when I was doing recording for the video that I have linked up there, that I played a normal level difficulty with weapons that I got on... Oh! Bastard! Just because a couple rocks missed, I would have had him. I don't think you are. I think it's... I don't like this boss design because if you essentially have these rocks, and if something like that happens, or that, you're wasting shots that you can't get the damage back because during this meteor swarm, odds are you're not going to get anything for a counterattack. Oh, dang it. Yeah, we need Chris Redfield. He'd know it. I had to look this up in my playthrough. Yeah, I think I can because of how low I got him, that if I just play better. Yeah, the Egg Cerberus was fun. That one was cool because he had so many missiles, I was able to continually throw massive amounts back. I do agree, Senti, that a level 1 challenge run for Frontiers, that does sound pretty fun, especially if the bosses are pattern or gimmick based, and at that point it's just if you're able to understand them and react, you should be able to get through most of the game. But I definitely see you leveling everything else, because after a certain point, move speed is just I want to go faster, along with everything else. And the solution was just keep floating upwards on a rock till he did jump on the face thing despite breaking it. Huh. That makes sense. I think I can DPS check him though if I can get some of these, if I can return some of these meteorites. More or less. They have... The thing is, because I catch them, they still... It stops their horizontal speed, but not their rotational. Which is causing issues. But I can definitely do this bit consistently. That deals a good chunk, and we got a lot more real estate to work with. I suppose it's really just a case of... Do I have the ability to keep damaging him before he gets to destroying the last foothold? Because it doesn't seem like there's a way to stop him. Played Frontiers so much that even having my levels at 20 makes shit easy because I know all the enemies so well. First, just hold my stronger tactics, so that's kind of boring. Yeah, I feel that. But it does seem like you've been able to get some further use out of the level 1 runs, which is just cool. Yeah, at this point, he's going to spawn more rocks. Which, this is free hits. I think I accidentally pushed one off. I feel like Silver should have normal range attack that isn't based on... Oh, for sure. That's one of the things they fixed on... Yeah, if you don't die and do it again... Oh, we got this. This is it. But no, that's one of the things they fixed in PO6, or Project 06, that he does have an ability to damage enemies without having to hold stuff. Could play Frontiers for... Yeah, I bet. From what I've seen of people playing Generations and Frontiers, the fans were so happy to have a really good Sonic game come out. I just love that for them. First time hearing Undefeated play. Yeah, and even this game, it has some really good music. I know Frontiers, they did a good job on... Shut the fuck up, Silver, that was not easy. But they did a good job on the soundtrack. Flame Core is my favorite level from 6. Yes, you definitely play it. It is cool. The section with the, like, glowing balls, I never know if I can just go through it or if I have to do something. So he jumped on my seat in the first Titan. Yes. Ooh, last episode. How long does the last episode take? Midnight releases. I'd never went to one of those, but I wish that those were still a thing. I got no awards for it because it almost always goes more epic types like orchestra. Yeah, of course. Although I do appreciate the Game Awards having Belatro's music pop up. That was nice. First, under an hour. Alright, we're continuing on. Went to 1 for Smash Ultimate's good time. Local GameStop train did it while we wait. That's amazing. Because I've been re-listening to stuff. I got into like a rabbit hole on... Hi, favorite character. Oh, and Silver's. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Fang, how's it going? How's Blasphemous? That's what you're doing, right? Yeah. 4th place. Oh, damn, that is nice.
You fought alongside me to save the world. You're my friend.
Fire cat in a bean.
Right?
You're still so naive. But I've always liked that about you.
Aw. They're cute. No, 4th place is amazing. That's pretty good. The last boss is a son of a bitch.
Good luck, Silver.
Don't worry, there's 50-50 odds she was already a figment of our imagination. And I honestly only beat it because I got lucky with its attack patterns that it tried to destroy a platform from a distance twice. It finds pathetic men to be around. Isn't it like the author of Hunter x Hunter is married to the author of Sailor Moon, and the author of Sailor Moon has all these pictures of her in these killer outfits on these supercars, like just generally being a badass. And her husband is the most meek and dorky, pathetic guy you've ever seen. And she's like, yeah, that's what I like about him. Sort of Adventure Tales. All's well that ends well. The city's destroyed, Tales. So love Sonic Frontiers, with some things don't hit the same, or me overthinking every aspect of the game doesn't. Oh, I agree with that completely. Like I can chart the point where a game goes from this is great, this is amazing, best thing ever, to the end of the honeymoon phase where I'm like, looking back at it, there's issues here, and here. I think it's a good thing that you're able to identify what a game did well and what it failed out at and could have done better. I take it there and listen. Yeah, by all means, thanks for stopping by. I hope you're having a good night too. Explains the whole stuff about Tuxedo Mask basically being Sailor Moon's Ken eye candy. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. So then spoiler on final area, except for final boss and cutscene. Oh yeah, by all means, head on out. I totally get avoiding spoilers, and thanks for dropping in the raid. Those issues don't change. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I've been looking at Final Fantasy 16 because that's been on my mind, and oh. Is he dead? Wow, Sonic and Eggman. They were doing stuff with this game.
Sonic!
Like, looking back at the story of 16, there's some holes in it. There's some areas of the gameplay and stuff that I noticed that you can tell the main team worked on an MMO, and if you're not used to that, it's jarring. Oh yeah, he's dead.
Yes.
Attack is known as the move that kills Sonic.
No matter what.
Only one use. We have no idea why he's developed it so early before ever meeting any other hedgehog. And why is for Sonic specifically, since this is the first time that they've ever interacted. Oh shit, Flame's a disaster. But it came in handy. I feel like that, but also people getting real nostalgia glasses. Oh yeah, for sure. The nostalgia glasses are so much. Dragon's got a lot because people had issues with 2, and like, first game didn't have that, but it did have open world the first game. It was way worse. They're stuck thinking of just what the Dark Risen dungeon. Yeah.
Time for the final curtain call.
I do love Mesophelioma's voice acting. Phil's trying to use that attack in Shadow's Gen doesn't know the attack kills Sonic. In all fairness, I feel like I wonder that might just be this attack kills hedgehogs. But Shadow's signature move is actually I'm going to stop time and get behind you and kick you in the back of the head for being an idiot. People to know he's immediately tries that. Hey, before that point, it had a 100% success rate at killing hedgehogs. By all previous... could really just summon them at any time. I say I'd be surprised, but you know, they're literally called the Chaos Emeralds. It makes more sense for them to make literally no sense at all. Actually, shit. I do really like the idea... And they're just here. The 3 of them are just here having a day. But no, I do actually really like the idea that the Chaos Emeralds, the only thing known about them is that you can't say anything about them for certain. That what they can or can't do changes on a daily basis. And that the fact that hedgehogs in particular have the ability of chaos control and are able to actually get consistent usage out of those things is like, okay, that's really fucking weird.
The Chaos Emerald has disappeared.
I mean, Mephiles was very desperate in gens. Oh yeah, for sure. He was playing with his food. He went for the kill.
It's all because of Solaris.
It seems
Immediately squares up.
distortion.
Wow, you know shit's desperate when Omega is in the same room with Eggman and doesn't start swinging.
His seal has been broken.
Also, game, I would love it if you could... If you could have Eggman's face at an angle where I can't see the eye underneath. That would be amazing. So I was just, what's this dude problem? Actually, I don't care. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Bro's been shish kebabbed. What's consumer mod? I tried to get that one, but I couldn't get a clean soundbite.
Metalist played us all for fools. His plan all along was to cause the
Or I tried to get
system
another
so
one from the
consumed with despair
anime,
that she'd
from the
cry.
animated one.
So that's why he wanted me to kill Sonic before.
I have to admit, the plan of it could have been better with more scenes of Elise not being captured,
Creature will consume all existing timelines,
but
and
the
time
plan
itself
of
will collapse
get
and disappear into
Elise
nothingness.
connected to this one person and then kill them after a lot of trauma
It won't
bonding.
remain for
It's
much
not awful.
longer. We've no
If you have
time
clean
to
sounds for
waste.
that,
We've
it
got to
should.
defeat it
I
now.
try recording it, but
No,
if you have the raw
it's a transcendent
one, I can
life
go
that
through it.
exists in the past, present, and future. Defeating it here, now, would do nothing.
Okay.
No,
The
I won't give up. There has to be a way.
the fact of all these old series have a lot more time travel than I remember
Past, present, and future
continues to be a thing. That
It might have been possible if he
that
was still
Sonic
alive.
that Sonic has time travel, Final Fantasy has time travel, Mario has time travel. Wait, does it? Zelda has time travel. It's like the key to being a series that spans off into infinity, time travel.
What's the matter?
I feel
Not Rather's YouTube video, but it's right way so it can be cheat and use record video. Oh yeah, no,
he's dead yet.
everything I have, all the sound bites I have that don't go through Sound Alert
It's not too late.
are ripped from something else with Audacity.
Let's call him back with the power of the chaos.
And yeah,
Emerald.
this is a good point for Silver. They did bring it home.
Focus your thoughts on using its power to perform this miracle. You can do it, princess.
This one doesn't make sense, but between the fact
Vessel that was used
I'm
to
just
seal
going to write this off as
You should
Silver
be
is
able to use its
telekinetic.
power to rescue Sonic's soul.
So with enough people thinking something, he can use it as a boost. You can check out it recording my keyboard. I've not seen the amount of stuff I did that as I was recording. Yeah, if you can link the audio, I can try to remember to rip it. Ooh, Eggman tech nonsense. I'm here for this.
Solaris flung the Chaos Emeralds to the distant corners of this distorted world.
To collect them all in time, we'll have to split up. I'll go too. Because it's
I love how it's just look at Sans Undertale, go into my eyes. Our fan knows everyone's going, no, 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 no. But I love that the emeralds have been so prevalent for Eggman that it's just, yeah, I built a tracker into my glasses. It saves me time, and it's been so helpful. It feels in character. Because I was thinking, really the only villain that's comparable to Eggman is
Sonic. We have to find the chaos
is
emeralds
Bowser.
now.
In terms of, yeah, sometimes he just is almost destroying the world. Sometimes he teams up because there's something bigger going on. Oh, I forget that their hitbox does that. Excuse-moi? Frontiers of Yellow clamps on assume actually work buttons. Oh, neat. That's some forethought. Alright. So there's a random black hole. Don't know what that's about. yes, this again. Watching out for big black balls. Noted. Oh yeah, because they just kill you. God damn. I thought I could get on top of that and the gravity boost wouldn't be a big thing. Yeah, they suck. See that one art post and I accept? Yeah, the one that they got Omega swapped with Gamma, I think it was. Nope. Aha. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'm so used to Silver, whose hover doesn't boost him at all, that I'm thinking Tails should also not get hover boost. And come on! Oh, you were almost there. You did team battle and heroes of Shadow and Rogue knocked off that. That's a load off my back. I love that violent. When Murderbot. Yeah. Yeah. Come on. Almost. Think I'm not letting it recharge enough. That Tails might be the one that actually does use the gauge, but so far in the background. And just like not in the mood for that tonight. Alright, just gonna throw out the needle. Boost. There we go. Yeah, that also refills. Eh?
If you touch this rock, you can slow the time-space
Oh, I see.
Use it wisely and collect the Chaos Emeralds before time-space is destroyed.
I'll do what I want. Weird space voice. Didn't actually drop the eyes. I was hoping that they wouldn't spawn, but it seems like they're pretty consistent. Oh yeah, going for that. Yeah, I think the plan for Tails, because his combat... Okay, that causes anyone active ones to pop. God, I kind of hate this level. Honestly, they're... Saved it. Now we need to get it. Oh, that's what the issue was. It was out of render distance, because of course. Functional game. Can I? Aha! It is a bomb. Okay, I get the gimmick here now. It's that there's a... so that it's got a limited time before everything starts going red, and there's like a countdown timer going there. Man, it is kind of interesting. There we go. I think they did do a good job with revamping these levels. That it is interesting to see them slightly change for a specific character's abilities. Yeah, this is the same level, but here's a section for specifically Tails that, because of his larger jump ability, they tricked me. They knew. Like, because he can actually jump and's got some vertical, as well as the best hover in the game, like, bar none. He's just... The boy can fly. Is there a statue of not destroy the world around, or am I just screwed? I think I'm just screwed. We're getting a bit pink. There we go. I'm not good at dealing with Omega's mass. I have forgotten the fact that if you don't get the Omega's a weird mix of both. I wouldn't say Tails. I think he controls more similarly. Nah, he's like a mix between Tails and Shadow. That's the best way I have to put it. That there's sections where he controls more, where he has that secondary boost, but he also has the glide that if you don't hit it perfectly, you stall out. Which ironically makes piloting the murder bot in a circle the best way to go. To make sure you get enough momentum to make the jump. I found the line, but screen record won't activate, and apparently I mistyping trying that. Ow. I can definitely get it off of, Oh, those bounce. I do appreciate the effort, though. Like, that alone does mean a lot. Oh, hey, it's a short level. Love that. I should be able to rip it with a video. All right. Next, Emerald. Not sure what's doing despite videos length is length first 10 seconds. All right. Perfect. That makes it easy to go through and find if it's that early. Ah, man, they really had the opportunity here to make this like a adventure style treasure hunt stage of it's buried somewhere. Right. We're just gonna keep on moving. Come on, Knuckles. Fly, you echidna. I don't know how you're doing this, but oh, good. Where the bread? On my shoulder right now. How's my Squiddy? Yeah, I'm possessing my other forms because a handful of I accidentally crashed my entire audio setup, which is hilariously easy to do when streaming off of a PS3. So in order to make it work, I had to switch models, and I don't know, just didn't swap back. All right. Where's the next highest point? Yeah, let's put it in general noted. Thanks, appreciate it. Can I get over there? Is there actually a limit on Knuckles' flight? I'm gonna check over here first. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you in. Oh. Alright, take back what I say. They did manage to hit a vibe of a treasure hunt level, and that I have no idea where I'm going. Oh! It's also all its heroes' dialogues. Free to look. Oh. There could be some stupid stuff. Because I will admit, at first I wasn't quite sold on like Sonic games being voice acted, because a couple of them are just rough. It's just unfortunately how it is that sometimes it's really good voice acting, sometimes it's really right. He has an energy gauge. I forgot that. Like the load off my back one. Yeah, that one could be funny. I'll try to remember to go through them tomorrow and see if there's any good reaction ones, because about half of what's good for stream audio is just a good reaction image or a sound to be annoying. You gotta focus for maximum pain and memory. Oof. Because that's the one thing that I've been trying to keep an eye on for stream stuff, of like what gets used, what doesn't, so that way I can... Alright, I see where... Oh, come on. Stupid black holes, they suck. Because the ideal balance is something that everyone uses and loves to spam around because it's funny, but also without that sub menu of redeems being way too much. When did the Omega line get? Around the same time, at the same time with the copyright one. I think I was scrolling through TikTok and I randomly got on the Sonic side for a bit. All right, yeah, I see the speedrun strat. We're just going straight out there because it's easy. Oh, I don't even need the bumpers. I can just hit it. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Ow. But yeah, scrolling through TikTok, got the... I think I saw the copyright line. And I'm like, all right, that is so stupid and fits the vibe of what I'm doing so well that I just have to add that one. And then I tried to add it on stream, on sound alerts. Couldn't do that. Ended up being like, all right, I have code somewhere for some project that plays noises through it on a source that, like, I have the TTS set up as a source, so I know how to do that. I can do it with, I know how to set it up for regular .wav files or MP4s or arbitrary sound file. Oh, that bounce was atrocious. So I'm just going to do a bit of programming like work because it's fun and send it. Like, I'm looking for what I'm supposed to hit, but no, you can just jump this. I always knew that this would be how it ended. Come on! The sand. Think they've been for a couple weeks. God dang. They are stingy with the checkpoints. I think one or two at the point where I got was warranted. Would have been nice. Yep. Something is a little... You really have to jump with full everything. Hi, Butterfly. You're doing well. It's nice to see you in. And thanks for the lurk. We're going later than usual because I was told that this is pretty short, but depending on the timing, Ew. God, gravity is weird. Has gotten weird officially. Man, we're trying to double head this and beat 2 games at once. But I hope you're doing, man. Really hope Lives doesn't boot you out to the app. If it does, that's just going to be where we end, because, oh, shoot. Yeah, you're right. I am almost out of lives. Because Knuckles wasn't bad now that I know where it is. Ooh, saved! But Tails and the rest, I'll save that for another stream. Ow. Especially because, practically speaking, I really should have just done this for an hour and said, all right, that's where we end. We're done with Silver's story, so we're going to deal with the last one then. But then I was told that it was pretty short, and I guess it's short if it's not a skill issue, which is currently going on because I am over-caffeinated, underthinking, and generally just having a time. I also have no idea what was the most caffeinated Zoomer army. Oh, come on. Wait. Yeah, this is probably restarting the entire thing. Progress 0%. That sinks it. I think that's good enough for tonight. That this will be something for next stream. Next stream, we're going to start with this. Yeah, well, damn. It was like Taco Night in Hell. God, I couldn't have said it better than myself. It was exactly like Taco Night in Hell. All the way down. But that was fun. On the list of things, I probably shouldn't have done that. But here we are. Oh, so many holes around. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. I'm glad that we got Undead Nightmare done because that was something I wanted to get through a while ago. Got a gun full of bullets, a head full of mad. God, same. 100-piece curse. Curse pizza sentence. But I'm glad that we were able to get that far on that. Like, I had fun even with that annoying boss. Like, once it felt cathartic to beat it. And yeah, got a lot of good progress. Good stream. See you next Thursday where we finally finish this. And I'd have to look at the schedule. Anyway, we're rating Naughty Roomba, who is they are playing Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. I don't know which one that is, but I see Solid Snake and Liquid shirtless on top of a mech, so it's good. See ya.